But please stand and assist when I check. But please stand and assist when I check. Oh, so they creep like I. Oh, now I be no way. Don't ignite my horns and glow. Little red rubber bullet to your button hole. Don't make me uncomfortable. Son, yeah, my cavalry. Stand there, boys, you bound to me. That's right, make the rest is atrophy. According to me, I got a proof. Times of smoke rings, no, I broke it. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. All that jungle frozen. All my smokes is so bloody. Those for the day, yo, that shit boss. I'm retain turn green to the narrow boss. Fuck everything over, I'll think of one. That pick my index loose before. No, I can't tell, don't sneer at me. Tell me that shit's locked out, here's the pool. Ready for me to live out amusing me. If I have a little bit, get used to me. If I have a little bit, get used to me. If I have a little bit, get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from, ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe I'm about to say this, coming to you live from fucking Londonistan, lads! Fucking hell! Coming to you live from Londonistan. Straight from the fucking heart of lions, lads. We're out here, right? We're fucking hell. We're doing a fucking thing. We're doing a fucking thing, yeah? No Americans. And it's a very beautiful day, innit? It's a special day, innit? That's right. It's a very important fucking day here in Londonistan history. And here for the fucking Hasanabi broadcast as well. Ladies and gents. You know it, I know it, we all fucking know it. It's a special day for an occasion. And do you want to know what a fucking occasion is, lads? The occasion is that it's a fucking Tuesday. And you know what that fucking means, right? It's time for a fucking heist, lads. That's right. I'm here with a fucking Tony Two-Tone and 3 of my best fucking guys, right? And we're here to do a fucking heist. We're here to do a fucking heist, boys. That's right. Boris, what the fuck are you, Boris? It's time. It's time to get the fucking fisticuffs, Boris. Let's go. We're doing a fucking heist. We're going to Cambridge Uni. We're going to Oxford fucking Uni. And we're stealing the Constitution from both of these fucking unis. We're going to show these fucking college kids what's what, yeah? That's right, lads. It's my honor to tell you that it's a fucking Newsday Tuesday. That's been a while. For those of you who are wondering, I'm in London. In the United Kingdom. I'm in London, England, United Kingdom. And for a lot of people might not know this, but back in the days, every Tuesday morning, we used to have a little fun. Every time I started my broadcast on a Tuesday, I'd have a little bit of fun by doing this little thing. Or I'd be talking about how I'm going to be conducting a heist. Now, my brain is not working as intended. It's not the best right now, I will admit. Okay, so I'm going to have to be dialing it back a little bit. I'm going to have to dial it back a little bit more than I normally do. Okay, everyone's already started. Chat, I got the British delicacy here. Tikka masala. I mean, this is the fanciest fucking hotel I've ever been inside of. But yeah, I'm about to test this shit out. See if it's actually good or not. The tikka masala. It's all right. I've definitely had better. I think if you want to get good chicken tikka masala, you got to go to what is it, Dishoom. But it also came with a side, and they got the naan, and they got the rice. So I'm gonna give it a proper go, give it a proper try. But in any case, this is British food. For those of you who don't know, this is the only thing that's good. The naan is decent. The tikka masala needs, ironically enough, more spice. But yeah. So what am I doing here in London? Well, there's a really simple answer for it. It's because I'm here to steal the Constitution of the United Kingdom. But the real reason is because I'm going to be speaking at Oxford Union and Cambridge Union. Oh, I'm going to steal the Magna Carta. So, I ended the broadcast last night. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi, Piker, in between time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, first and foremost, ended the broadcast, rushed over to the airport, got on a fucking plane, got on a plane, and then fell asleep, woke up, boom, boom, bap, boom, I'm here. Okay? Do you do TSA P-Trek? No, which is a major mistake. My brother always tells me to get it, and I've yet to get it. And not getting it is a huge problem. I find out, I land in England. I find out that the sun sets on this empire. In the past, people used to say the sun never sets on this empire. Turns out it does. At 3 fucking p.m., it starts setting on the empire where the sun never sets. It turns out it certainly does set, and it sets at 3 p.m., which is insane. I think it's understandable that these guys colonize the whole world now. I get it. Like, it's not a justification for colonialism and the violence and the bloodshed that the British Empire caused. But like, if my shit was so busted that the weather was always rainy, and on top of that, during the winter, the sun started setting at 3, I'd be like, I'm either going to kill myself or I have to kill everyone else. You know what I mean? It's a dog eat dog world out there. And finding out that the sun sets at 2 p.m., the sun started setting at 3 p.m. made me understand everything. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would be like, if I stay here, I'll kill myself. I'm gonna need to move around. I'm gonna need to go to some tropical destination. Now, that's not even just the UK time zone be fucked. That's like, my time zone is already fucked as it is because I'm cooked. Like, I'm 8 hours. I am 8 hours ahead of where I normally am. And I'm hungry, so I'm gonna be eating. Well, yeah. The tikka's kind of bland. But yeah. I'm doing a regular stream, desktop stream today from London. And then tomorrow, what is this, bro? This community moves so fast. I have no idea what this is that you sent me. But tomorrow I am going to be speaking at Cambridge. You're going to see all of that. It's a lot of fun. We're going to film all of it. I have like a little bit of I have a little bit of a speech that I'm going to be doing. And then after that speech, there's like a moderated Q&A, just like USC. And then after that, it's just going to be like Q&A from students. That's where I suspect a lot of debate lords will kick in. But that's neither here nor there. We can't link up with Corbyn. He's at a prior obligation for months ahead of time, apparently. How the fuck do you take your stream setup with you? Don't worry about it. I carry it everywhere I go. March is cooking you. Oh, I saw this already. I feel like a tech bro getting laid off via Dexerto Twitter post. The way I'm always finding out more about my own job and what to expect while Hasan and I are in London via these posts and through Hasan himself. Yeah, there's a lot of motion happening in the world, you know? I can't always be up to date. But that's neither here nor there. Personal news-wise, that's it. I'm here. My whole family's here. They all were like, oh my God, we have to go and see. We have to go and see what's happening. We have to, you know, they think like Oxford and Cambridge Union, no, that's so prestigious. Like, we have to be there. So my fucking whole family's here, and I haven't even seen them yet. My dad traveled from Turkey. My mom flew in from LA. My brother and his fiance are going to be here tomorrow. I haven't even seen them yet. I came in and I insta started my stream. Did you write this speech yet? No. No. I'm just gonna freestyle it. I'm gonna do bullet points and freestyle it. It's probably not the best idea. Isn't it late? Well, it's 12 in LA, but it's only 8 p.m. here. Live from London. South Korean martial law. What the hell happened? Get in now. Cambridge Union speech tomorrow. Yes, yes. I'm going to use the fucking Oliver meme. Calm down. I'm going to use the meme that only people who play video games or who watch me play video games understand. Don't worry. Yes, I caused the Korean martial law to happen because I played. Okay. All jokes aside, we are going to talk about Confucianism today and Neo-Confucianism. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Let's get it started. Let's get it popping. We're obviously going to start by talking about South Korea and the South Korean president declaring martial law. Let me tell you something, okay? I was on the plane when the shit was popping, and I thought it was hilarious. You know, good on them, dude. They're doing the most out there in South Korea. They got a lot going on for them. They got an incel president. Incel president has a wife. He's a big wife guy. Loses the parliament. Doesn't like that he lost the parliament, especially because now parliament is coming after his wife. He's a big wife guy. He has to do what he has to do. Now, let me tell you something. I'm no expert in Korean politics. I don't fully comprehend the system. I don't know the parties. I don't really get it. Okay. But I will give you my basic understanding of Korean politics. I know a little bit of Korean history from the Korean War. But what I do know is Neo-Confucianism and its devastating impact in Korean politics, in contemporary Korean politics, in contemporary Korean culture, and how it factors in the gacha games and the way that the Korean incel army has engaged a lot of Gamergate style tactics. What I know is a couple things. One, Korea is a hyper-capitalist dystopia with a higher suicide rate than even Japan. 2, cost of living and shit is very unaffordable. 3, massive gender wars happening in Korea. 4, they have a parliamentary system, but they ended up, I mean, almost every single one of their leaders have been corrupt. They love doing corruption, and it's the funniest type of corruption usually. Not like the regular, oh, this chaebol runs the country and decided to like sue the state because there was a new Samsung TV coming out and like, you know, they wanted to make it a national holiday or something. Like that stuff is regular. That happens all the time. But like the type of corruption that they also engage in is like they get their dumbass sons and daughters into school, and then their dumbass sons and daughters go to these like prestigious schools, but they also don't end up actually showing up to class or whatever. And that's like that's the big thing. Like that is the big corruption. That shit is like taking people out in Korean society, where they like will get their dumbass children to go to some like sick school that they didn't deserve to go to, and then they don't actually end up attending the classes, and then they will like get high grades. Like it's like truancy. Yeah, it's not. Sometimes it's cheating scandals, sometimes it's truancy scandals. It's pretty funny that like that is the major killer of all Korean politics. But yeah. Or the president's in a cult. I mean, which president isn't in a cult? You know what I mean? There is that part too. But yeah, every single one of these guys, they seemingly haven't been able to. Are you aware of the milk scandal in London hotels? Okay, I don't know what the fuck's that, what that's about, but maybe later. My point is, Koreans can't catch a break, dude. These guys used to live in a military dictatorship. Then the military dictatorship turned into, three chaebols in a trench coat. And now every single time they elect a new leader, they just get punished for doing corruption or being a fucking freak. And now here we are, the latest and greatest in that same saga. Korean goon.
I declare martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces, to eradicate the despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces that are plundering the freedom and happiness of our people, and to protect the free constitutional order.
비상계엄을 선포합니다.
That's right. Yeah. South Korea, big problem with communism. Everybody knows how big the problem with communism is. Bro, understand that this is just like every fascist's rallying call. Every fascist rallying cry is like, oh, I'm here to, defeat the anti-democratic communist forces by doing martial law and killing a bunch of people. And like, if you know a little bit about Korean history, you know that that is exactly how they used to operate. And they would just like kill a shit ton, Jakarta method style. They would basically just kill a shit ton of people who were like trade unionists, feminists, anyone who was like anti-government in any meaningful fashion. They would just like murk them to be like, oh, you're a communist, you're a sympathizer. And America basically oversaw that and thought it was awesome. So really cool that South Korea's last president is trying to bring that back in a big way.
저는 이 비상계엄을 통해
Through this martial law, I will rebuild and protect the Free Republic of Korea, which is falling into the abyss of national ruin. To this end, I will definitely eradicate the anti-state forces who are the main culprit of the country's ruination and conduct vicious activities.
반드시 척결하겠습니다.
A Tuesday night in South Korea.
It's pretty funny because, like, it's just far right versus lib right, as far as I understand. It's not like there's any sort of real communism happening. And it's just a bullshit excuse. And it's basically just like, you know, a consortium of like Korean women who are like, hey, maybe you shouldn't kill us. Like, that would be nice. That's communism. And then a bunch of people who are like kind of neoliberal and will at least say that they want to like eliminate corruption or something. And then that's treated as communism in this perspective. But I guess the reality is, like, nobody thinks that there's real communism happening in South Korea. He's just using that because he thinks like that will be successful at getting dumbasses on board. Having said that, interestingly enough, the Korean trade union movements they're pretty strong. And Koreans also love to fucking party. They love to riot. They are very French in that regard. So I suspect that there will be some labor actions that come out of this. So we'll see. But Koreans love a good protest. And they definitely have like some. It's weird. They have some semblance of labor militancy, but also at the same time, like, work-life standards are still dog shit. Interesting country overall. No, there already is. There you go. The Korean Confederation of Trade Unions will begin an indefinite general strike tomorrow, demanding an immediate resignation of President Yoon Suk-yeol. President Goon. I'm with him. I think we need more wife guys in power. Like, I think what he did for his wife. And a lot of y'all don't understand that because you're incels. He's not. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was illegal to love your wife and defend her from corruption charges because she has expensive taste. Sorry. My bitch bad. Okay? Sorry. Yeah.
The television channel shows a popular chat show. The mood is as soft as the furnishings. Until the president breaks into the evening schedule and spoils it with a national address that shocks the nation.
친애하는 국민 여러분.
President Yoon declares martial law, putting the military in charge. He blames pro-North Korean opposition parties who make up the majority in parliament and who've been blocking his legislation, including a budget.
Yeah, his opposition parties are all North Korean in nature. Yeah. That's awesome. I do find it really interesting how bad things are getting. I will say, it is an interesting predicament. It almost feels like neoliberalism on overdrive for the past fucking 3-4 decades now, without any sort of serious contender, ideological, on the global stage. We have arrived at this capitalism supercharged moment where there's a lot of spearheaded, there's a lot of, movement in the direction of fascism. If you have been dominated by America, you're already relatively reactionary. You already have like sometimes fundamentalist leadership. And if you're in the sphere of influence of America, you slowly but surely have revitalized your nascent fascist movements. Meanwhile, of course, America is doing that too. Fascist South Korea is preferable on the border of China to the U.S. empire? Yes. I mean, that's not a stretch. That's just history. What you're describing is literally history. That is what happened. Like, people think Korea was always this like shining beacon, like, the Japan of the 90s. It wasn't. Shit sucked. It was a military dictatorship, and America kept it that way because it suited its political purposes in the region. That tikka masala was kind of ass, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, something to remember.
Parliament in this building should now be suspended. But it's also the only body that can overrule the president and his martial law by voting against him. Cue a midnight dash for Parliament. First, the army. Heavily armed soldiers enter the back doors of the building. Others take a more direct route. And some need a little extra help. But opposition leaders have also summoned lawmakers and supporters to the National Assembly. This party boss...
Bro, the Korean incel guy is such a fucking loser, by the way. Like, truly remarkable, truly shocking to me that he was so bad at doing a coup that, like, he couldn't even bring out the special military units fast enough. He ended up fucking it up so bad. Like, how do you fuck it up so bad? How do you do a coup where these like old ass motherfuckers can just jump over the barrier, and before you even protect the parliament, you allow these goddamn libtards to jump over the barrier and come in and vote against your coup? Like, it's fucked up. It makes no sense, dude. He got 100% disapproval rating. Like, that's crazy. Everybody was like, no, dog, your shit sucks. 190 votes. Motherfuckers climbed the barrier of the parliamentary wall so they could go in, and then their fucking nerd-ass staffers were literally pushing back the special forces and stopping them from entering the parliament to push out any of these people, to push out the people. And then they took it to a goddamn vote. And honestly, liberalism won, okay? Turns out you can vote away fascism, it seems, at least so far. If the coup is defeated because enough MPs climb the fences and manage to say the magic words, then I'm afraid we owe liberalism an apology. No, but might makes right, but the military was going along with it, and the law is just a piece of paper compared to the sacred power of a gun. Quorum achieved, asshole. Yeah. He also said, yo, my bad. My bad. We're actually going to pull out the fucking troops, so sorry. Anyway, we got a lot of crazy fucking footage. Like this lady who is a lawmaker who literally grabs the weapon. Like, this is like, dude, going for the service weapon of an officer type shit is kind of crazy. She's literally like, give me the gun, bitch. Guys, you misunderstand. Koreans don't have guns, so they don't know what it is. They just don't know what it is. That's what it is. That's the problem. That's why they don't understand it's deadly to do that. This kind of stuff is so sick. But I'm always worried that I'm going to hype up some lady. And then a week later, I'm going to find out that she's like a fucking psycho. You know what I mean? Half the time, whenever you see stuff like this, you'll be like, oh, look at this massive protest. And then you find out they think it's illegal to even have gay thoughts or something. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not saying this lady's like that, but it happens quite frequently in international politics. She's the descendant of an independence activist against Japanese imperialism and graduated from Ehwa Women's University that led the impeachment of the former President Park Geun-hye. Okay, well, I dig that the grandpa was an independence activist and Japan calls him a terrorist. She is on Guoryang. She's part of the Democratic Party, which is known to be very centrist, but labeled as extreme leftism. Yeah, Korean politics is awesome. That's why I'm laughing. Like, the fucking, the goddamn incel president is like, yo, these guys are doing North Korean style communism here. They want to do Jusha. And the Jusha is like child tax credits. The Jusha is like, hey, why don't we actually not make it a 70-hour work week? I think we should keep it at the reasonable 67 it was at, sir. And then he's like, oh, that's the most communist thing I've ever heard in my life. Also, I'm fucking up the numbers, but it's not even a joke. That's literally what happened. Like, I'm exaggerating on the numbers, but like, that's what the president literally did. So that's not even a joke. It's crazy. They'd be like, can the unions get weekends off? They're like, this is the most extreme leftist position we've ever heard in our lives. What the fuck are you saying? It's, you want Jusha style self-reliant North Korean communism. We will not allow it. I mean, this is bad as fuck, dude. She's a bad bitch for this. This is crazy. Also, what is up with the North Korean Special Forces, man? What is up with the North Korean Special Forces? I mean, as much as I respect them for having trigger discipline and not like unleashing hell upon this civilian population, half of them are fucking congresspersons or whatever. I said North Korea, my bad. Yeah, it's just wishful thinking. Sorry. Yeah, South Korean Special Forces are just like what's happening here? I've never seen people get pushed over so much with this much gear. It's kind of wild. That's crazy, though. That's crazy. She just went for it, dude. Respect. She went for the service weapon. I love that. I love that so much. That's Aura. Speaking of Aura, this is not the motherfucker that got stabbed in the neck, is it? Chat. Is this the guy who got stabbed on the neck like a week ago or some shit? Like it wasn't that long ago. This dude, not a week ago, but like he got stabbed in the neck like 2 months ago. Okay. And this motherfucker is already at it again. A year ago? God damn, time moves fast. I fucking thought it was like a couple months ago. Okay, whatever. He got stabbed in the neck a year ago, and he's back to his old ways, okay? Look what this man does here. It's awesome.
Live streamed himself being chauffeured to Parliament before clambering over the gates.
Yeah, he didn't just live stream himself getting chauffeured to the Parliament. He live streamed himself breaking into the Parliament and jumping over the gate.
Inside,
There is nothing fucking funnier than that, dude. I love that. That's so awesome. And guess which platform they couldn't do any of that on? Twitch.tv, because Twitch Korea is now gone. Imagine the content that would be on Twitch right now if Twitch Korea still remained, dude.
MPs and journalists scrambled to get to the chamber. Outside the gates, the scuffles continue in a cloud of tear gas and a flash of cameras. Here, a member of parliament is seen grabbing a soldier's gun, shouting, "Are you not ashamed?" Others remember the last time martial law was imposed in this country, before South Korea shook off military dictatorship to become one of the most prosperous and vibrant democracies in Asia. And what happens in South Korea has...
Bro, like, no disrespect. This is not like shitting on South Korea at all. I just don't think America has a vibrant democracy either. It is funny though when people are like, "Oh, you don't understand. South Korea, this vibrant democracy." Like the only reason why they're saying that is so they can compare it to North Korea, which is bad, right? Like who the fuck in the Western world has their shit in order at this point? I'm serious. I'm not even kidding about this. Like we have, bro, we have fascists everywhere, dude. Motherfuckers are saying France. Oh yeah, it's real vibrant over there. Remember when Macron was like, "I am not going to follow the democratic wishes and precedent set forth by, you know, but and I'm just gonna refuse to fucking put anyone from the senior partner in the coalition that won in the previous election into a position of power." Yeah. Macron Loki did a centrist coup. Like he did it already in France. Oh, sucks.
Repercussions well beyond its borders. A short missile's flight away from Seoul is North Korea, where dictator Kim Jong-un rules his nuclear-armed dystopia with the constant threat of invasion of the South, now in political turmoil. There to stop the North from trying it on are 29,000 US troops in one of the biggest American bases overseas. They've been here since 1953, the end of the Korean War. What will happen to them after President Trump takes office? One of the many questions with regional implications. Back to tonight, back to Parliament. As the standoff continues, the opposition parliamentarians who've made it into the building vote against the martial law. The result is 100...
I also don't understand it. It's like, why do we have so many troops and so much money that we're spending overseas that we have no control? Like, when this motherfucker pulls this shit off, one phone call, dude. Hey, President Goon, let me tell you something, okay? Stand the fuck down, bitch. Fuck you mean you're doing martial law? Stand down. I got 29,000 brave U.S. military Marines right there, ready to fucking ready to let it rip. What the fuck is this shit?
90 to 0. The remaining 110 MPs who belong to the President's People's Party did not show up to vote. Many of them, by the way, were also against the imposition of martial law. In the dead of night, the soldiers are filmed returning to barracks. If the coup is indeed over, it lasted 2 hours and 48 minutes, half an hour longer than Parasite, Korea's Oscar-winning film, and almost as soon.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. You can't be comparing it to Korean works, man. That's crazy. That's fucked up. Respect, though.
Surreal. Well, let's take you live to Seoul, the South Korean capital, where we're joined by John Nielsen-Wright, who's head of the Japan and Korea's program at the Center for Geopolitics at Cambridge University. Welcome to the program, John Nielsen-Wright. Is it all over as far as you can tell?
It's too early to say, I'd say. I mean, it's reassuring to have seen the National Assembly vote so decisively to overturn the president's order. But we've had no clarification about the role of the military. And
I knew that as soon as he said Cambridge, someone was going to be like, Cambridge, you might meet that guy tomorrow. It's like, no, dude, he's in Seoul, okay? I'm in London, chat. I will not be meeting the fucking head of the, I don't know, the Japan Korea Bureau of Cambridge or whatever the fuck his title is. He could come back. Yeah, I think he's got a lot going on over there. What time are you meeting him? Fuck you, man.
the president himself has been silent. The reassuring news is, of course, that the media continues to function. South Koreans are able to follow this story, but it is unquestionably a moment of, I think, acute tension. It should be noted that the leader of the president's party, the PPP, himself came out and said very decisively, this is unconstitutional. And there are demands for the president to resign or to be impeached and ultimately to be prosecuted.
I mean, you know the place well. Did this come out of the blue?
South Korean politics has always been very, very fractious, and it's got more fractious in recent years. And I think that's the clue to understanding why President Yoon has acted. I mean, he claimed that this is an attempt to...
That's an amazing analysis from Cambridge's very own Korea guy. Oh, South Korean politics is always fractious. Yeah, that's what I said. Okay? I can say that because I'm a fucking idiot. You are an academic. You can't just be like, oh, it's very complicated. Yeah, that's the way I analyze it because I don't know anything because I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, it's very fractious.
To deal with a threat from North Korea and its alignment with these progressive politicians. But the evidence for that is pretty much non-existent. President Yoon was facing pressure from a National Assembly that was wielding its legitimate democratic muscle to call for the impeachment of prosecutors who had been asked to investigate allegations of corruption, insider trading surrounding the president's wife, the First Lady. They decided not to proceed, and that was, I think, the spark, if you like, for the opposition politicians to demand that those prosecutors be...
I feel like I'm going crazy, but like, low-key, our politicians are so much cooler at doing crimes. Like, maybe the standard is so fucked up because, like, America basically legalized bribery a long time ago. So then, like, you truly have to do something extraordinary to get in trouble. But when I think about, like, you know, the past couple of years of Democrats caught in these, like, crazy affairs, these crazy scandals, like, the only thing that comes to mind that's, like, kind of silly is Eric Adams. And he's the mayor of New York, right? What did Eric Adams do? He got, you know, a bunch of free flights so that he could let the Turkish consulate building get away with not passing a fire inspection or just like refuse to say something on our Armenian Genocide Recognition Day or whatever, right? But then you got the Bob Menendezes who are, you know, opening up halal meats markets through their Egyptian partners. And ensuring that this like one singular Egyptian American company has like a monopoly on halal meat distribution in the country, and he's getting paid in gold bars. And then then you got, you know, Henry Cuellar, another similar situation with like Azerbaijan. I guess my point is, And then you look at Korean corruption and it's like, yeah, this dude's wife got like a nice fucking jacket. Okay. And then the prosecutors were like, you can't do that. It's illegal. Okay. And basically the president was like, how dare you do that to my wife? If you don't impeach these prosecutors, I am going to do martial law. And then did martial law. Because he was like, that's my sexy ass wife, dog. I'm a wife guy. You can't. Yo, if she that's my bitch. She's bad. Okay, she's a bad bitch. If she wants to have expensive clothes, she's going to get expensive clothes. How dare you go after her? And it's like, man, what the fuck? Like, the offenses, it feels like, or what is considered inappropriate feels so strange to me always. It almost feels like Joe Biden violates American laws and international human rights. Okay? It almost feels like he does that regularly for Israel, but then lo and behold, God forbid, he fucking pardons his son. And then everybody gets mad. You know? Yeah, you got like a bunch of known pedophiles in power, but then this is the type of shit that people get frustrated about.
Be impeached. Delays.
Anyway, I'm just saying, I got much respect for the wife guy, President Goon. I always thought he was like a straight up incel. And it turns out he's not just a straight up incel. You know what I mean? President Goon also has a wife and he loves his wife.
Budget approval, all of which had left the president feeling, I think, politically uninfluential and therefore cornered. And he's responded with this huge overreaction. History, I think, will judge him very harshly. But for now, we are in this standoff. And tomorrow, I expect we will see more protests by the public. South Koreans vote with their feet. And you remember back in 2016, the so-called candlelit protests against then President Park Geun-hye. South Koreans take their democratic rights very, very seriously.
And talking of that, I mean, the last time martial law was imposed was, I gather, more than half a century ago. Since then, South Korea has had this incredible transition to democracy, but also to amazing prosperity. It's the 10th richest country in the world, apparently. Of course, it has its soft power, the film Parasite, all that incredible K-pop music. But so why has he done something that belongs to the dustbin of history? Why go so?
I love this guy's understanding of the world, bro. Respect. Like, no, this is Orientalism, for the record. This right here is Orientalism to a T. Like, you just reduce the country, okay? And the dynamics. Like, I joke about politics a lot, but at least it comes from a place of, like, somewhat understanding how human beings operate. And recognizing that, this isn't like, this isn't just a country where, their GDP is so good. And they're making shit that my daughter watches, like K-pop. Why would he just throw that away? Yeah. The soft power of Parasite and K-pop. How could the president just throw that away? The answer is he's a wife guy. Anyway. Cool stuff. When are you recording with the Sidemen? Never. I will never record with them.
So far?
Well, I think, President Yoon is not a conventional politician by any means, as this action so clearly demonstrates. His career was in the law, ironically. He was a special prosecutor appointed by the previous president, Moon Jae-in, to, if you like, clear up political corruption. The irony is, therefore, that he's now being charged with the very same type of offenses that he was.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Dismiss. I don't care about my fucking iPhone. Jesus Christ. Windows Windows is like, oh, did you plug your iPhone into the computer? You have to restart it immediately. Actually, we're just gonna do it anyway. I'm like, no, I don't want to restart it. They're like, no, you have to restart it. Please restart your computer. Please. I'm Windows. I'm Mr. Windows. Wouldn't it be nice if you restarted your computer?
Responsible for investigating him before. Special prosecutors, however, have often been seen as something of a law unto themselves. And that reflects, if you like, what I would describe as Yoon's almost authoritarian temperament, which has inclined him to take this, I think, hugely mistaken step in calling for martial law. In all of this, of course, other countries look on with, I think, a sense of anxiety. And it remains to be seen how he is going to dig himself out of this impossible position.
Indeed, and what the implications are for the rest of the region.
The chocolate
John
chip
Nielsen
cookies
Wright
bomb.
in Seoul tonight. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the program. Well, the Biden administration says it is watching the developments in South Korea with great concern and very closely indeed. Let's bring in our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy, who's at the State Department. Siobhan, what are they saying over there?
Well, I have just stepped outside of the press conference here at the State Department, and South Korea was the main line of questioning. The spokesperson there said that the US was watching what was happening, the events, with grave concern. He said that the hope and the expectation is that any political disputes will be resolved peacefully and within the rule of law. He gave no further details, but he did reiterate that all-important fact that the US was not given any notice about what was to happen in South Korea.
Damn, I can't believe that the president wasn't like, hey, by the way, I'm just going to do a coup.
Earlier. Let's hear a clip from him now.
We were not notified of President Yoon's announcement in advance. Ultimately, at the crux of this is not, President Biden, President Yoon, these two specific governments. What this is about is the broader strategic relationship and the broader strategic partnership that we have with the Republic of Korea. And that alliance, as I said, is ironclad.
Well, this will no doubt be embarrassing for President Biden. He considers President Yoon to be a key strategic ally.
What remains? I'm being so for real right now. What is there left? What hasn't Biden fucked up? Like, bro, the Syrian civil war is back. Israel is still bombing Lebanon. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza. Russia is pummeling Ukraine. I just don't understand. Like, Biden was like, oh, we did Finland. For a guy who kept saying he was going to do so well on American foreign policy and how he was going to restore America's rightful place as the global hegemon. Bro, you really fucked the bag up, dude. All of our partners are on fire. I'm just waiting, dude. The Philippines are going to come out swinging with something crazy. We got what, like 40 more days left? I can't wait for the fucking Pinoy gang to come out and be like, nah, no, hold up. We still got some time.
I was asked earlier in Angola for any comment on what was going on. He said he didn't have any, but that he was being briefed on the situation. But make no mistake.
Yep. To answer the question on everyone's minds, no. Joe Biden does not have a doctorate in foreign affairs. He's just that fucking good.
stake. What happens in South Korea really matters to the US. The two have a key strategic, economic and military ties. The Pentagon earlier confirming to us that it has 5 military bases in South Korea, housing some 28,500 troops. So these, not just there, of course, to protect South Korea from any advances from the north, but also to ward against any...
I love British people. Pentagon. That's not how you say that, man. Fuck you mean Pentagon? That's a whole different name. Okay? British people be like Hezbollah. Hezbollah. That's what they say. It's like you put an R there. There's no R. Pentagon.
Threats from China in the region. So what is happening in South Korea really does matter to the people here in this building. And on that, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, we're told, is urgently seeking to speak to his counterparts today as soon as possible.
Siobhan, thanks very much indeed. Well, Dr. Sojin Lim is a reader in Asia-Pacific Studies at the University of Central Lancashire and an expert on both Koreas. Thank you very much for coming on the programme. It's a bit odd, isn't it, that the US, with almost 29,000 troops based in South Korea, providing these security guarantees, the close friendship, apparently, as we just heard from Siobhan, between both Presidents Biden and Yoon, that they had no idea that he
keep bringing up the 29,000 troops. They brought it up like 8 times.
He was going to do this.
Oh, I think no one would have had this, the idea that he's going to do this, even in South Korea. And also the presidential office was very quiet. And the President Yoon didn't even inform the head of the National Assembly. So he, as the previous the interviewee mentioned, that himself from the background in law, but totally ignored the process and the procedure against the law. So this was really came out of blue, and that tells us that he was really in the place, the position that needed to find the radical route, and this was really miscalculated in a way.
Last I checked, it was English language, not American. Yeah, and we still dominate, y'all. It's crazy. Imagine inventing the language and then still fucking up how to speak it. Pentagon. Yeah, you should. The British should be thanking us every day of the fucking week for actually making this goddamn language understandable and decipherable. Pentagon. Pentagon. I can't talk shit about aluminium because that's how you're supposed to say it in the rest of the world. Aluminum doesn't make a lot of sense. That's the one thing where they're not wrong. Top of the hour ad break. Pentagon. There is no more top of the hour ad break. I quit that. I quit my old ways of running 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. You can still subscribe though if you want. For $5 all for free with a Twitch Prime. Well, it's not even 5. I think it's like 7 now, but you can still subscribe to show support to the Hasanabi broadcast. As you all know, rain or shine, we grind. Doesn't matter if I'm on the other side of the planet. I'm in motherfucking Londonistan right now, and I'm still here, baby. Got off the plane after a 9-hour flight. Back to business. Business as usual. I'm crazy like that. It's $4.99 in the UK. It's £5, yeah, in a fucking UK, lads. Never Uber from Heathrow. Wait, what? I have before, but why not? I didn't this time.
What was this then? An extreme example of political impulsivity and frustration?
Yes, so actually, yes, he was frustrated in a way because of the recent scandal with his own wife, the first lady, and the top level of the politicians in South Korea. It has been a while that the population in South Korea gathered and then protested and then demanded impeachment already. And if we see the statements to the last night in South Korea, the articles, and it clearly shows that he was frustrated with the recent demand by the population and public, and also he was frustrated with the recent conflict between the government and the medical members in the society. So all this tells us that he really wanted to solve out the problem with this martial law, but obviously it doesn't look like it worked out well.
South Korea has a bit of a tradition of locking up its ex-presidents. Do you think that that's where he's going to end up now? In jail?
True.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, Mr. Parasite does know that at least, so that's good. I mean, yeah, this motherfucker's probably going to jail, right? I feel like you can't be a South Korean president and not go to jail. Like, it's low-key part of the job. If you run for higher office in South Korea, you have to do cheating scandals. And you have to do some corruption, and then they catch you, and then they throw you in jail for like 6 years. But then you're fine. But then you're fine. You can totally come back after that. You can still run a company. If you're sitting on a board, you can run a board and sit on it while you're in prison.
That's true. Actually, I was talking about with my colleagues about that. Now another president will end up in prison. So the only president who didn't end up in prison would be the previous president who negotiated with the previous government. So this is very unfortunate, but it looks like he has no choice, but then will be impeached and then will prison because obviously he violated the law.
So North Korea, of course, just on the other side of the demilitarized zone, is watching this very closely. We know that recently the North Koreans wanted to sever any sort of physical links with South Korea, which alarmed a lot of people that they were thinking of an invasion at some stage and not a unification. What are the repercussions of this for this very explosive peninsula?
So even though there was this conflict escalation,
The Western world's like, all of our enemies are laughing at us, man. Yo, why can't we figure this shit out? China laughing at us. Kim Jong-un laughing at us. They're farting on us, bro. They're out there farting on us. What the hell? The Western world is so funny, especially America, where it's like they've destroyed all of their enemies. Like all of their significant enemies they've destroyed. And this last 3-decade process has just been like running victory laps and letting capitalism thrive so much that it, inevitably heightens the contradictions and makes it untenable, unsustainable. That's it. Our final boss is ourselves. That's it. The amount of damage that we do to ourselves, none of our enemies could do to us.
And that was in narratives, and the Korea Peninsula has been there as a buffer zone between the power game between U.S. and China. And North Korea, we actually didn't think that it will invade the South Korea, but it will more try to negotiate with the U.S. And now having the President Trump as a new president in the United States, the North Korea wants to provocate more so that it can has the attention, and South Korea had to deal with it. But now the President Yoon expected that the President Trump will be very different from the Biden administration, and that also looked like worked as a.
I'm a one-stater, dude. I'm a one-stater always. We got too many fucking states. Time to smush them together. Put America, Canada, and Mexico into one big state. Okay. Former USSR territory, one big state. No more balkanization. I'm a reverse balkanizer. Yeah. Canada, United States of America, and Mexico make cum. C-U-M. Cum. And the same. No more North Korea, South Korea. No more North Dakota, South Dakota either. Okay? Just Korea. One Korea. Unified. Strong. I'm done. You leave that shit to me, that's what I would do. One state. No more Israel, Palestine, two-state solution. One state. Tighten it up. Okay? Enough. Enough back and forth. Enough fighting. No more fighting. You feel me? My goal is to tie these countries together slowly but surely until they're all just one big state, you know? That's what I want. One world government. That's such a funny thing that Republicans get mad at, or like conspiracy theories get mad at, like, what do you mean you want one world government? It's like, bitch, you haven't left your neighborhood. Like, what do you mean? What difference does it make? Multiple world government, one world government, what difference does it make to you? You live in Alabama. You have never left your hometown. What, you think if they're, like, there's a lot of options for you out there? You were going to fucking move, if America sucks, you're going to go to a different government? Is that what you're going to do? No. You can't even move to a different state. You think the cities are scary. The fuck difference does it make if there's a one world government or not? You're a fucking peon. Shut up. Oh, I can't believe it. You want to do one world government. You want to institute homosexual socialist order. It's like, yeah, dude, it's really going to change your life. There already is a one world government. It's called capitalism, and you seemingly think it's sweet. Shut the fuck up. You know? Lots of it is rooted in the Christian end times paranoia. I know, but like the end times are low-key kind of here, and these guys don't recognize it. What is this? Britain changed you, bruh? I'm just a little cuckoo right now. You know what I mean? Wait, what did Jank do? I'm a little bit like that. Because I'm a little delirious from a lack of sleep. I'm a little max left right now. I'm feeling maximum left, baby. What a day. I'm feeling max left.
Factor that frustrated Yoon Suk-yeol because he may need to change his direction completely differently from what he has imposed at the moment.
Right. In one word, is South Korean democracy safe tonight, yes or no?
South Korean democracy, we are still developing, I think. Okay. And as a person who has lived outside of Korea, I think
that's fair of her to say. I think South Korea has a long way to go. And so does America, by the way. Don't let any dumb fucking Amerifat ever tell you that that is not the case. Okay? Americans love to think like, oh, dude, we got this shit locked down. Okay? Our shit is so sweet. Oh, we're a champion of democracy. It's like, oh yeah, dude? Oh yeah? How about them abortion rights in like half the fucking country? Champion of democracy. We're a shining beacon of morality and democracy. No, man, our shit sucks, okay? So this isn't me just saying that about like South Korea and being like, oh, those guys over there, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't have democracy like us. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying we don't have that shit either, okay? Bernie says he's pro-annexing Canada. Trump has suggested Canada become the 51st state in our union. Does that mean, well, we already have a 51st state? Israel's like, whoa, chill. chill. Israel's about to be like, haven't you forgot about little old me? I feel like there's someone you're forgetting about. Okay, Canada will be the 52nd state. Also, fuck it. Merge the Dakotas. Merge the Dakotas and the Carolinas, man. I'm so serious about this. The Carolinas will be united once again. No more neighbor on neighbor violence, dude. What's up with Virginia too? Why is there two of them? I don't even want one. How about no Virginia? Call us something different. And you got Kansas and Arkansas. Fuck it. That's one state too. That's right. I have a bold and radical agenda. Germany and Austria. Okay, chill. Someone else tried to do that, and he had a lot of bad ideas. Okay, we're not saying no. Those two can remain separate. Okay. How else will the Austrians say that they were uninvolved? Fuck it, throw Missouri in the pile too. Why the fuck does that exist? We don't even need one Dakota, and here we are with 2 Dakotas. 2 whole Dakotas. That's crazy. That's crazy. Can we get rid of Indiana? Okay. All the Ohio and Iowa boys are chirping. This is some typical Midwestern nonsense right here. Oh, fuck it. Hey, now you're talking about merging states. How about we just nuke Indiana? Like, I'm sorry that you have like long-standing college football hatred, okay? You can't just sneak that in there. Anyway, does that mean we can adopt a healthcare system and guarantee healthcare to all, lower the cost of prescription drugs, and spend 50% less per capita on healthcare? I'm all for it. He said, let's annex Canada. As long as dude, that's a ride or die man right there. That's max left. That's when you want healthcare for all so bad that you're willing to annex Canada for it. Merge the Washingtons too. I feel like that would be logistically too difficult. Like, I get the energy. Like, why are there 2 Washingtons? Like, that gets real confusing for a lot of people, you know? But I feel like they're too far away from one another to be able to successfully merge them.
Is seeing the kind of catalytic moment, so that there will be a further development, and the population will realize that we can achieve that in a way that in this moment.
A work in progress. Now, but Sojin Lim, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Okay, let's bring you an update on our top news story tonight. South Korea's president says he will move to lift the martial law declaration he imposed just a few hours ago after Parliament voted against the measure. Yoon Suk-yeol says the martial law command forces have now withdrawn, and a cabinet meeting...
Pussy. Bro, you ain't a real wife guy, okay? I take it back. This motherfucker's not a real one, dude. 2 hours. And immediately they were like, no, stand down, sir. Stand down. Where is the decorum? We were able to reach the perfect number of parliamentary votes to tell you that you must stand down. He was like, ugh, I guess. Like, why did you do this to begin with? What the fuck was he thinking? I actually don't understand what he was thinking. Like, if you were going to get owned by Quorum, then you just never had your heart in it at all. Like, you had no investment. You had no investment in this. You cannot, like, I feel like he didn't even get his party on board. He didn't get the military on board. You know what I mean? He didn't get nobody on board. He was just like, yeah, I'm going to do this, like, on a whim. Wouldn't it be funny? He's like, wouldn't it be funny if I just did this? Just a light, light dictatorship. I guess the point is, the important lesson to learn here is, if your heart is not in it, you shouldn't go with it, you know? If you're going to be bold, you have to abide by the Live Moss lifestyle, you know? You can't just, you can't just half measure it. You can't be like, oh, just let's do a little bit. Let's do a little bit of a coup, like a baby coup. As a matter of fact, martial law is supposed to come after a failed coup. That's what you're supposed to do. Let me tell you, you're supposed to, like, if I'm the KCIA, the Korean CIA, okay? If I'm this guy, I'm going to the KCIA. And I'm doing this, like, I'm finding, like, I don't know, like a trade unionist group or something. I'm infiltrating it. And then I'm doing like a light terror attack, right? Like a self-inflicted wound. And then I'm using the panic and disorder caused by that to then implement martial law in order to defend the sanctity of the Korean institutions and the Korean democracy. You can't just fucking randomly be like, oh, you guys wanted to come after my wife. Well, let me tell you, you've upset the wrong wife guy today. It's martial law time. Like, you can't do that. You have to have, like, some kind of fucking false flag operation to justify martial law to centralize power like this. Really, really fucking dumb. Really dumb move from this guy. Will these events cause the Korean proletariat to embrace Jusha and do revolutionary action to reunify under Supreme Leader Jong-un, even though the martial law has been lifted? Yeah, I doubt it.
Will be held as soon as possible.
President-elect Trump says there'd be...
All right, we're not done with the Korean story. Are you giving him tips? Yeah. So, the Korean Confederation of Trade Unions will begin an indefinite general strike tomorrow, demanding his immediate resignation. So now they're going to punish him. The Korean Confederation of Trade Unions said, emergency Central Executive Committee meeting just ended. The KCTU will hold a Central Executive Committee press conference at 8 on December 4th. And beginning with this, will commence an indefinite general strike until Yoon Suk-yeol regime steps down. KCTU members will stop work in accordance with the general strike directive and carry out nationwide emergency strike. Like, you can't be disrupting Samsung, dude. You can't. You fucked up. President Goon, you fucked up. If I can't get my new Samsung super slim LED 4K Ultra HD TV in time for American Christmas shopping, it's over for you. They're going to hang this man. Members in the capital region shall gather at Seoul. I don't know how to say that word. Gongwamun Square at 9 on December 4th. Someone said, I hope Faker is fine. I think he's all right, man. They don't make South Korean dictators like they used to, man. Yeah, I know. By the way, I do want to tell you guys something very sincere. Scarra is the first person I DM'd when I found out this was happening. And that's not even a joke. Okay? Immediately I was like, Scarra, wake up. I DM'd him. I said, Scarra, wake up. Do you know what's happening in Korea right now? I was worried for my man. Make no mistake. Okay? Offline TV flies to Japan. Shinzo Abe gets assassinated. Offline TV flies to Korea. President Goon decides to do a fucking martial law. Why the fuck? What is going on, dude? Is offline TV a State Department asset? What is happening? How come anywhere they go, there's always mass chaos and political disorder? I'm just saying, it's weird that it's happened twice now. Offline TV about to do a Philippines trip. Watch this space. Actually, I don't know if they are, but yeah, look. November 29th, state asset Lily Pichu enters the boundaries of the Korean state. Okay? You ain't slick. You ain't slick. She posts in Korea, 4:58 p.m., November 29th, 2024. December 3rd, 2024, a week later. A week later, the state assets have successfully activated President Goon to institute martial law. Don't let him go to China. I know. Terrifying stuff. Where's that thread? But yeah, he declared martial law. First declaration of martial law since 1979, which was followed by Guanlu uprising in the following year. President Yoon ordered a complete shutdown of the National Assembly, but he failed to do so. Opposition Democratic Party urgently summoned its members of the National Assembly. The speaker was headed to the National Assembly building. It was closed off by the police. They still went in. The ruling party also called for his representatives for an emergency caucus, and its leader criticizing the declaration of martial law as inappropriate. President Yoon Suk-yeol of South Korea declared martial law in the emergency briefing. Yoon said it was made to prevent the anti-state forces, specifically citing the opposition party and its followers as pro-North Korean leftist groups. Under the Constitution of the Republic of Korea, the president has the authority to declare martial law and prescribe its scope, rights, procedures, and duties of martial law commander through the Martial Law Act. First martial law was declared on October 21st, 1948. It was following the Yosu Sunshan incident. Since then, it has been misused as a means to seize and maintain power by dictatorial regimes. There were 12 emergency martial law declarations from 1948 to 1979, all under the dictatorship. Today, Yoon declared the country's 13th. According to the martial law decree, all political activities are strictly prohibited and media and publications will be controlled. Okay. However, the Korean population had a very different attitude about it. And they immediately took to the fucking streets. And they went to the parliament. First, all the opposition parties were able to sneak into the parliament with enough numbers to actually get the sufficient number of seats. Then they voted against it. They voted to stop the martial law. The National Assembly passed the resolution request to lift the martial law with a unanimous approval from all 190 registered members. Although the National Assembly passed the resolution demanding the lifting of martial law, the presidential office maintained its silence. They were restricting press access. When the National Assembly demands lifting the martial law with the approval of a majority of its attending members, the president must lift it immediately. However, the situation became problematic since the presidential office was silent. Democratic Party revealed military planned to arrest Assembly Speaker and party leaders under martial law, reviewing possible insurrection charges. But the martial law was lifted and President Yoon backed down. Now, what do you do after this? Do you say bygones be bygones? Do you just say, my bad? Do you just say, I'm a silly goof? I was just goofing. Chill. It's just memes, bro. In order to fully understand this, we have to go back to 720 AD. We have to go back to Neo-Confucianism, the Korean method of Confucianism that had a more rigorous approach to the hierarchical structure of Confucianism. And we have to talk about the Han River and how American Navy forced Korea into trade. Why does it come up every day now? Because it's very important. It's very important to understand. President Yoon announced that he will approve the lifting of martial law as soon as the cabinet meeting reaches a quorum. That means there's still one more procedural step. I think it's really funny that, like, there's this process-focused... There's this like process-focused approach, but yeah, if you want to understand, presidents of South Korea 48 to 60 overthrown, 60 to 62 Young Bosan overthrown, Park Chung-hee assassinated 1962 to 1979, Choi Kyu-ha removed by military coup in the 80s, Chun Do-hwan 81 to 88 sentenced to death after his presidency. It's fucking awesome. It's like, if you want to be president of Korea, you will get either killed or you will actually have to spend a decent amount of your life in prison. But there is something, like I said, very funny about like being so rules-based and such a norms head that you're like, oh no, I tried to do a military coup. But they got me. They got me how? By getting in the room and voting. No. No. They did it. They did the thing. It feels stupid. Ro Tai-woo sentenced to 22 years in prison after his presidency. Imprisoned during the term of president number 3 as president, secured convictions against 2 of his predecessors. Imprisoned under president number 3 and sentenced to death under president number 5, later pardoned. Nobel Peace Prize laureate. They showed that if it was illegal, there would have been large amounts of resistance. It's not just legal positivism. There are materialist factors at play. No, I know. He didn't also get his ducks in a row. You know what I mean? He didn't do the things that you're supposed to do before you institute a coup like this. There needs to be a, you know, you need to make a case for it. You can't just fucking be like, I'm doing a coup because I'm a wife guy. Who amongst us hasn't done a coup at the behest of their wife and their expensive taste? You can't do that without securing support from at least the officer class of the military. You can't do that without like planning it with your party at least. You can't just like casually be like, oh man. Also, giveaway alert. The winner is Oliviami. Congratulations, you won the giveaway today. We're going to continue doing that as well. Roh Moo-hyun, impeached, later overturned by Constitutional Court, investigated for corruption after his term and committed suicide. Lee Myung-bak, 2008 to 2013, arrested for corruption after his presidency, sentenced to 15 years in prison. Park Geun-hye, impeached and arrested for corruption, sentenced to 24 years in prison. Except for my goat, Moon Jae-in. That's the one guy. That's the one guy that went in and went out. Okay? He's the G. He's the OG. Wait, there's another sweepstakes. For a chance to enter, type in the chat, !enter. You can get a gifted Hasanabi merch. God damn, people are going crazy. Oh. There's got to be a good video on Korean politics and how insane it is, right? But not from like a annoying liberal POV. I know we've tried to tackle Korean culture and like the Korean gender wars, but I think it would be nice for us to learn a little bit more about Korean politics without diving into Confucianism. What?
This video is brought to you by Skillshare.
How bad politics is ruining South Korea?
South Korea is...
I said, I hope not from a fucking liberal perspective. And you immediately sent me the most libbed up video.
South Korean politicians are all morons! They will do literally everything to try and fix their birth rate problem rather than getting to the main cause. The literally everything includes a politician promoting Kegel exercises or suggesting girls start school a year earlier than boys to make them more appealing. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Because I heard that it was a kid diddler. Yeah, I heard that it was a pedophile. If you ever watched any of Bong Joon-ho's movies, you would know that the main message of all of his amazing movies is South Korea is a fucked up place. This country is
Yeah. Okay, I feel like there's more lessons in it than just that, but what do I fucking know?
literally ran by Samsung, LG, and Hyundai Kia. They have a horrible work and school culture, but by far the most important quote-unquote challenge they face.
Excuse me, sir, can this pregnant woman have a seat? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I wish it was a joke. Not all South Korean men. Not all South Korean men. Okay, there's normal men out there in South Korea, but, and this is a big but, this is not just like a joke that randomly exists online. Okay? This is a very real thing that some South Korean incels do as an act of resistance against women is not. Yes. Yes. Shit is fucked up. The gender war stuff is pretty crazy.
Is the horribly low birth rate they have. It is the worst in the world, and it's recently plummeted down to 0.72 births per woman. A country needs a birth rate of 2.1 to keep their current population, let alone grow it. And they're at 0.72. So why do the South Korean women not want to make babies with these handsome, rich, cute little twinks? They fuck with the other guy. They ask me to give up my seed. South Korea is miles ahead in misogyny technology than every other country in the world. Among Korean men, there is a widespread perception that designated seats for pregnant women are an excessively female-friendly policy, to the point
70% of South Korean men think that misinjury is real and it's a massive problem. And I think it's like 79% of South Korean men under the age of 35 that think that way. Yeah. I'm going to repeat it again. Plus 35 South Korean men, 70% of them think that anti-male discrimination is very real and is a major problem. 79% of South Korean men under the age of 35 think that. Like, South Koreans watch Asmongold and go, this guy is too woke. What a fucking liptard pussy. I haven't heard him say a single thing about how pregnant women are disgusting and shouldn't be out in society. What a fucking woke ass this guy is.
where it became a trend on the internet to protest this policy by posting photos of dudes sitting
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
in these seats as a form of protest. Imagine you're a woman in South Korea, right? You already have...
Wait, no, is this the hand signal to say that like women have big pussies as opposed to this because of this? Oh my God, is that their thing? Did I just figure something out? Am I crazy? Are they doing a hand signal to say like women got big old pussies or whatever? What are you saying, boss? Okay, we learned from our investigations into South Korean misogyny that this hand signal is considered hate speech. Okay? When you do this right here, this is considered hate speech in South Korea. Why? Because this means you have a small dick. Okay? This is considered hate speech because the fucking incels got up in their fifis and were like, how dare you say we got little old dicks? Which is weird because you're doing a self-reveal at that point. You know what I mean? You're basically saying like, I do have a little ass dick and it's very frustrating for me. Like that's basically what you're saying. It's a self-report. But it don't matter. Some dudes are like that. Tell the winners, wait, Oliviami and Parco Digital, go fucking redeem your gifts. Goddamn. Why did that sign make you think, oh, I see big pussy? Because I know incels really well. And I also know that they have like the hand signal thing already. So maybe that'll be an act of resistance, because it seems weird that they keep doing that. Like they keep doing this thing. So maybe they thought in their minds it's a direct response to this is by saying this. Because like people don't, a lot of incels, a lot of misogynists online don't understand how pussies work. So one of the common things that they think happens is like a vagina grows larger when they have sex. They don't understand anatomy. I'm not even kidding. That's literally a thing that fucking incels think. They think when you have sex as a woman, and you shouldn't do that. You should never do that as a woman. Never have sex. Which is weirdly enough what the 4B movement is all about. But anyway, I'm not even going to get into that. But basically, incels think that when you have sex, your vagina grows, and also that like your pussy lips grow too. Yeah. Like they think that your labia is not just like it just is not just like a genetic thing. It just looks like that. They think if you have like labias that protrude or whatever, they think it's because you had too much sex. Isn't that crazy? That's why my mind went to that. I think you're talking about elasticity and whether we get stretched out. Yeah, bro, what the fuck? I got you on speaker, dog. Dog, you need to learn what incels think about the female vagina, okay? I'm sorry. My AirPods just got disconnected on a crowded train. Yeah, everyone is now going to know that that's not what vaginas do, okay? There you go. I just gave everybody a quick anatomy lesson. Your labia does not stretch out and reveal itself after having sex with a male partner. And your vagina doesn't also stretch out permanently. That's not how that works.
Protest. Imagine you're a woman in South Korea, right? You already have these unbelievable, unrealistic beauty standards where to be considered pretty, you have to be basically a supermodel. South Korea has the most plastic surgeries per capita in the world, with over 1 million operations happening every year. And with every 1 in 4 women aged 19 to 29 already having plastic surgery done, with men being 2%. On top of this, these motherfuckers decide to give you the largest wage gap on the planet for your hard work, and they only decriminalized abortion in 2021, 3 years ago. It's not legal now, but it's not illegal either. Me personally, if I was a woman, I would be crashing out and tweaking. Man, fuck men in particular, but not literally, which is how the 4B movement spawned, which means no dating, marriage, childbirth, or sex with dudes. And when your country's laws about women are written by John Jones and Harvey Weinstein, with intense misogyny, discriminatory laws, and the highest wage gap in the world, it is no surprise this movement spawned in South Korea. You know what does not help either? South Korea being the most expensive place in the world to raise a child, costing around $270,000 to raise a child until the age of 18. In second place is the glorious People's Republic of China. Taiwan, South Korea, your destiny is to be obliterated into nothing by a Chinese Dongfang missile. South Korea has this phenomenon called academic elitism, where basically if you don't go to the best universities they have to offer, your life is basically over. You're gonna get a shitty job. No.
This is where Neo-Confucianism comes into play. I mean, but like, I'm joking, but I'm not joking. And also that's why apparently, and I did not know this either, like so much of the fucking scandal unironically comes from these politicians sending their shit ass sons and daughters into these top schools that they do not deserve to get into. And then they don't even show up to class. And then everyone gets super mad about it. It is the nerdiest country on the planet, dude. It's fucking awesome. it's kind of funny where they're like, they're not doing school right. This is the most important thing. It's school. School is the most important thing. And a politician is making their next of kin not do school right. This is unacceptable. You will pay. We will punish you. You will pay for your school crimes. Being a nerd isn't wrong, though. I still think it's kind of funny. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, in America, you know what our politicians' children are doing? Crack cocaine. That's right. They're doing crack. Okay? They're doing crack cocaine with strippers and also filming themselves constantly. Filming themselves with strippers doing crack cocaine, like a particular debate lord likes filming himself having sex with people and then sending it to people. Like the same level of frequency. Okay? Don't know why. Don't understand it. Why would you do that? Especially if you're the son of a president, or especially if you're like, somewhat known and hated figure online. Why would you constantly film yourself doing sexual acts? Why would you send yourself doing sexual acts to other people? Who knows? Who knows the answers to these questions? I certainly don't know. Okay? I certainly don't know. But let me tell you something, okay? You know what's funny? When our politicians' sons are, doing crack cocaine, we pardon them. And the controversy is nowhere near as bad. But in Korea, you get sent to jail when you do stuff like that, which is crazy.
No money, you will be sucking dick behind the KFC on Daehakro Street for money. And then there are the Sky universities, Seoul, Korea, and Yonsei universities. Whether or not you get into one of these 3 universities decides your financial and social position in the country for the rest of your life. It's like parkour civilization. So there's a huge pressure on the Korean youth to get into one of these, which is why private tutoring has a whole term for it called hagwons, and why it's a $20 billion industry. Because every parent, no matter their financial capability, wants their child to succeed. And since Korean society is set up in a way where you need to go into the sky schools, Korean households spend more on private tutoring than housing and food. Because of these exorbitant prices, households can barely afford 1 kid, let alone more. And they also probably don't want to put their kids through the same education hellhole they went through. An 8-hour entrance exam? Real question. 48 hours with Diddy or 8-hour entrance exam? That the
I don't know, man. That's a tough call. Yo, like actually tough call. Because look, in Turkey, we have fucking crazy entrance exams as well, twice. One before high school and one before college. And I can't imagine how fucking devastating 8 hours is, bro. Like, that shit's like 4 hours. And it's hell. Oh my God, the anxiety, the buildup, the constant fucking training from like the after school training. Wild, you still chose art after all that? It's not wild that I chose it. It makes sense that I came to America. That was my escape. I came to America where you have a joke called the SAT, where your math, like I maxed out my math. I think I got 1 question wrong. Or I think I might have actually gotten 0 questions wrong on my math, on my SAT. You want to know why? Because the SAT math to the rest of the world is a joke. Okay? And I hate math. I aced Calc 1. That was the only thing I got an A on. Because I learned it in like 9th grade. And Calc 2. And then I never looked back. I don't remember a single goddamn thing. Don't ask me to fucking multiply shit. I won't be able to do it. But at the time when I was locked in, going and doing Turkish education, it was shocking to me how fucking stupid Americans are. Straight up, it's crazy. The rest of the world laughs at you guys. Your math skills are dog shit. Anyway, I mean, by you guys, I mean me guys too, because I'm fucking stupid as well. All right, let's continue.
The rest of your life. Discuss in the comments below. The Korean entrance exam CSAT, aka Kokskibidi ass torture, literally has killer questions that are bullshit questions just to make the student scores lower. A lot of times these questions aren't included in normal schools either, but are only included in these private tutoring schools. So already, if your kid is not in those expensive private cram schools, he's set back by this capitalist shithole called South Korea. And these killer questions are either some insane diluted algebra questions that have not been solved by any mathematician ever, or some obscure literary takeouts. What did Tyler respond to Kai Cenat when Kai...
Wait. He said, algebra questions that have never been solved. like they're asking random young Korean men and women mathematical equations that like they have to solve like the fucking janitor in Good Will Hunting. You know what I mean? Like they're splitting atoms over here. Oh, that's funny. I like that.
I asked her out on a date. Oh my god, bro. They only decided to remove these questions last year, so good job on that. But Koreans still spend nearly $20 billion a year on these private tutoring schools. Usually what happens in a normal Korean teen's day is they go to school from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., already 8 hours of classes, and then goes to the private cram school, which usually goes from 6 to 9, already 11 hours of classes, and then the rest of the day...
Bro, this is how it is in Turkey too, by the way. It's not even a joke. Or was. When I was growing up, I mean, the hours weren't as bad, but it was like, I think it was like 8 to 4 and then like 4 to 8. So it was 12 hours total of studying. I did cram schools too. We call them darsane. It's like, it's a school that like you start, I guess you started at like 6th grade. In order to get ready for your placement exams. And then değişen bir şey yok mu? Evet. Okay, Turks are saying in the chat, they're confirming that this is still the case. So basically the way it works is like you get by like 6th grade you start the cram schools so you can do better in your placement exams, because like if you do well in your placement exam, then you get to go to a good school. And then if you go to a good school, then you go to a good university. It's really fucked up. It is really fucked up, honestly. And in Turkey, you also have to pick your you have to pick your track. In I think like 9th grade, I guess you have to pick your track, where you got to go teme, mefe. Or what's the other one? Back in my day it was teme, which is like Turkish and mathematics, or mefe, which is mathematics and science, mathematics and science. And then I think there was like a third one. Maybe was it art? I can't remember. Oh, sözel, which is like the lame one. But yeah, you picked that shit super early. Which ones you pick? Teme, Turkish and mathematics, literature and mathematics. My brother was mefe because he's more autistic than me. So that equals unemployment. Yeah. My brother was full science. I mean, which ironically enough, that's what happened in college too. Like he went and got an engineering degree. I went and got a poli-sci degree. So girmiş miydin YKS'ye? Bizim zamanımızda YKS değildi kanka. Neydi? ÖSS miydi? Ben yaşlı bir adamım. ÖSS. That was the name of it back then. It's changed now. I'd rather be fucking stupid. At least I learned how to write decently in my advanced program. Yeah. Öğrenci seçme sınavı. ÖSS, lise, SBS, ortaokuldu bizim zamanımızda. SBS. SBS mi hatırlamıyorum bile. ÖSS yuh amına koyayım, ablam bile girmedi. Oğlum 33 yaşındayım lan ben. 33. Turks are shocked at how old I am right now because the old version of the placement exam, the old version of the placement exam that has been shelved for years now. There's like Turks in the chat being like, oh my God, even my older sister didn't take that test. You're older than my older sister. I'm like telling them, yeah, I'm 33, motherfucker. I'm an unk, dude. I'm an old geezer. Sınavlardaki din oranı arttı sen gideli. Sen OKS'ye girdin.
Is spent studying at home before falling asleep and lacking on sleep. A lot of people estimate that they spend 12 to 17 hours a day just studying. Hey, why are the fertility rates low? Bro, if you told me I had to study 15 hours a day, the last thing on my mind would be making kids. I want to make kids out of spite of what this world has to offer. Because why would I want to let my kids go through this hellhole called studying in South Korea? A big part of their demographic crisis is that they are extremely urbanized, and as all problems, it always comes down to fucking real estate. Over half of South Korea lives in the Seoul metropolitan area because that's where all the Sky universities are. So everyone who wants to live well has to live in Seoul.
It's so nerdy, bro. This is neo-Confucianism. Like low key, but also it's not even a joke. This literally is the unimaginable amount of fucking value placed on education and meritocracy that comes from it, even though economic inequality renders meritocracy to be completely fucking utterly useless. That is straightforwardly the reason why people are so invested in like getting this educational attainment, and it breaks their fucking brains. That is what this is. I wish we knew what that river that is.
And also because there are a bunch of construction restrictions that don't allow for a lot of housing to be built. So the limited housing in Seoul is basically a bidding war between Samsung higher-ups, normal South Koreans, and the guy from Squid Game. And the bidding war usually ends in the Samsung higher-ups buying these apartments, renting it to normal South Koreans for huge sums of money, and the guy from Squid Game sucking dick behind the Shake Shack in Yonge District for 2,500 won so he can keep chain-smoking his SA lights. In 1928, Stalin started the first 5-year plan, and the goal was to move these stupid, dumb, illiterate peasant farmers out from the farms and get them into cities where there was big industry and make them make tractors and a bunch of other cool shit. By moving illiterate peasants out from these big farms and cramming them into apartments, the Soviet Union's birth rate crashed. In peasant farmer societies, children are usually encouraged because they're more of a free labor and not as much of a financial burden. However, in cities, raising children is expensive and you also don't get a large family to help with farming. You're all alone in that Samsung factory, resulting in this, where you can clearly see that the fertility rates in big cities are much, much lower than their less urbanized areas. In Vienna's airport, they made the benches purposefully uncomfortable to keep people from sleeping on it. A real dedicated sleeper like me will never succumb to the capitalist invention of anti-homeless infrastructure. And even though these metal rods were hitting me straight in my hips, I had an amazing 8-hour-long sleep in this airport. Governments will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars building anti-homeless infrastructure just for me to sleep on it, when the only anti-homeless infrastructure that works is giving the homeless homes. And yeah, South Korea is cooked on all fronts. Not only everything I mentioned, but also their views are literally the complete opposite of women. It's like the South Korean male population thinks women are their enemy, because what even is this divide? It's literally just two opposite extremes, and
is so bad, bro. Is so bad. Is so fucked. Is so cooked. And then on top of that, you got the draft. I mean, you got conscription. And yeah, I think that it lights the match on a powder keg. You know what I mean? And people just like, they lose their fucking minds. They're like, bro, I am literally sucking daily dick from birth. And then I get shitty educational attainment, shitty job prospects, and I had to fucking serve in the goddamn military. What the fuck is going on? And also, I can't pay for housing. And then it doesn't even end. It's a hellish nightmare. Bro, South Korea is so capitalism on overdrive that the people that are supposed to be at the tippy top of society, the celebrities, even they go through this hellish scouting process. Like think about it, dude. There's no like, oh, you're famous now. It's cool. You're good. Like, there's like 8 total people that get to that level of fame. Everybody else is fucking cooked. Yeah, I mean, there is a term for it. Hell. Yeah. It's a satirical South Korean term that became popular around 2015. Hell Joseon. Did I say it right? They got Jungkook working in the mess hall, dog. No, him doing the military shit is not what I'm talking about. Hell Joseon. Joseon. Chosun. Ugh, that pronunciation. Sorry, I'm not like super into. I'm a weeb. So I don't know a lot about Korean culture.
The chances of them getting along to the point where they would want to have children is slim to none. Because of this toxic work, education, and dating culture, South Korea has the highest self-end rate in a first world country. Recently, I went out for a walk in Tbilisi with Geopol, discussing important topics such as Diddy and Skibbity toilet. And when I came back to my apartment, my Lenovo monitor had broken itself. Hong Kong had disappointed me. The warranty people told me it would take 3 weeks to order me a new one, and I would genuinely rather be waterboarded than not have access to my computer for 3 weeks. So I went ahead and got a new Samsung monitor. With this, I contributed to the mafia, not so secretly running the country of South Korea. In 2017, the son of the chairman of Samsung literally bribed the president for a corporation favor that would benefit Samsung and then got exposed for it. The president got overthrown and Lee got sentenced to 5 years in prison. Then they reduced it to 2.5 years and released him after serving only 1 year in prison. Then, for some reason, he had a retrial about this.
Also, this was truly shocking, but I guess somewhat revolutionary when you think about it. But they get to stay on the board when they're in prison, which is literally mafia shit, bro. Like, the motherfucker was still CEO in prison, brother. They'll be like, okay, we're taking away like one of your board positions, but you're still, you can still maintain some of them. It's just straight up mafia shit. Like, that's how the mafia works. You go to jail, you serve your time, but you still got your fucking job. You know what I mean? Junior Soprano ass conditions? Yeah. God, the fucking South Korean economy is so cooked. It's so crazy. But hey, Channel 4 says you're a prosperous nation, and you objectively are. Oh, what the fuck? Someone's knocking on my door. Uh-oh.
Sentenced back to prison for 2 years and 6 months. And then when there was a global chip shortage in the world, Joe Biden went to South Korea because America needed more chips. And the new president of South Korea pardoned the chairman of Samsung, and now he leads Samsung. I'm really liking this monitor though. Like, look, I can rotate it and watch Instagram reels like this. I don't know what it would take for the South Korean government to realize that their ultra-capitalist society is the cause for all their difficulties, such as being an incel, pulling 2014 ISIS numbers, and the real estate market being horrible. Also, the three big companies, but mainly Samsung, have so much power over there that every politician is there to serve Samsung's interests and not the South Korean people. You guys already saw how Samsung literally bribed the president with 37 million.
No, it's just my mom. Chat, it's just my mom. It's just my mom. I'm not getting deported because I watched one Gatsu video and they're deporting me to South Korea. Okay. I don't know what the program is, Mom. I'll send it to you. I'll send you. I have an itinerary. I'll send it to you. Do you want it here? You can go check out the room if you want. It's big. It's crazy. There's like a layout. I'm stuck in the freaking closet. No, I there's nowhere I can move this desk. There's no other area.
And that is only one of the things they have been exposed for. Just imagine how many secret deals have been taking place with Samsung's leaders and Korean politicians. I do not care how much money you have. If you're going to be alone for the rest of your life and also hold some extreme beliefs about the opposite sex and also never be able to own a home for yourself, no matter how much money you have either way, because Samsung exists, what's the point? And government-funded matchmaking events to try and get people to talk to each other is not going to fix the fact that even if they really liked each other, they wouldn't be able to afford the home because Samsung keeps buying up all the property to the point where they have their own little town dedicated to themselves. But a bunch of corporations have their own office towns. This isn't my big beef with them. I hope my Samsung monitor does not shut itself off using their Samsung AI to detect the words I'm writing and fucking explode my monitor. Because people in Korea get born in the Samsung medical.
Wait, what? Wait, why did the video get muted? No, I can't. Bye.
This is
oh my God, I had to mute the audio from 10 to because it got copyright claim. Just play some bangers yourself and watch that part. Oh, it got copyright claimed. Samsung struck him, dude. Samsung said, brat. Hold on. I got a song. I got a banger for this part. Hold on. I got it. Don't worry.
where they have their own little town dedicated to themselves. But a bunch of corporations have their own office towns. This isn't my big beef with them. I hope my Samsung monitor does not shut itself off using their Samsung AI to detect the words I'm writing and fucking explode my monitor. Because people in Korea get born in the Samsung medical.
Samsung nursing home. Samsung funeral home. Samsung Development Park Cemetery.
This is genuinely a cyberpunk dystopia if I've ever heard one, where one company controls everything and bribes the president. These huge country-controlling, family-owned companies are the cause of nearly all of South Korea's problems, but they enable you to watch Instagram Reels on a full 4K screen in portrait mode. Basically, if you're South Korean, you only have 3 options: Samsung worker, professional League of Legends player, or a K-pop idol. And when you become a K-pop idol, you are basically signing your human rights away to become a slave for a management company, where you live in dorms with your group members that are about to debut and literally starve yourself as a diet, usually eating about 1,000 calories a day. These women are...
You starve yourself for a diet, and there's a lot of sexual harassment, sexual assaults, and you can't live a normal life where you have like regular relationships because you'll get punished. That's what I'm saying. Even the most glamorous aspects of like South Korean life is crazy. Unless you are directly a chaebol, unless you're directly like the son or daughter of one of these like preordained industrial powerhouse baron families, you're fucking cooked. You're fucking cooked. Yeah, the name of the song I was playing is Cholima on the Wing. Yeah, you got to be like Mr. Samsung. No, Jimin doesn't have human rights, Sag. You played one game and now you are the expert, huh? Oh, come on, dog. I know about this stuff. It's not because I played the fucking Booba game and now I know everything about Korean existence. I played the Booba game and I watched Parasite. That's why I'm an expert.
Than most men in the galactic empire. I mean American military. Because they eat basically nothing all day and train these dances for 8 to 10 hours a day. Aren't allowed to leave without permission and are not allowed to date anyone. And after 2 to 4 years of training, they might not even debut because their management company will refuse it. So put some fucking respect on K-pop's name. You might not like the music, but the work these people put in and the literal slavery they had to go through to get to where they are is just respectable. Game recognizes game. If I was a slave for 4 years and then random American teenagers made fun of me because I look gay and have plastic surgery, I would tweak out. I would defect to North Korea and send one of their croissant...
So stupid. Oh, cultural differences though. I feel like looking gay is pog. You look more like feminine. Looking more feminine is good, right?
19 missiles to that kid's house. Bye bye, Russia. What do you think nearly all the cinema that comes out of South Korea is about hating rich, big, corrupt companies such as Parasite and Squid Game? This is their reality that they're living through. Side note, on top of this, they require me a visa to go there? Ah, hell nah. You know who doesn't require a visa for me? The European Union and China. I know who I'm choosing. Like and subscribe and goodbye.
天上太阳红呀红彤彤哎，心中的太阳是毛泽东哎，他领导我们的解放哎。
Oh my god. Oh my god.
South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol is...
Unks are glazing Hasanabi now as well? What is this?
Okay, I know everybody's heard the conversation, even seen posts from me regarding...
Yeah, we got Unks. We got Unk Watch. That video was from Gatsu called... what was it? Why South Korea is so bad or something?
Is often presented by Western media as a sort of democratic ideal. It's been one of the fastest growing economies.
Yeah, South Korea is broken was the name of the Gatsu video. Yeah, democratic ideal, all right. Yeah, it is. It is. It is a democratic ideal. New Jeans got told 2 weeks ago by the government that K-pop idols are not workers. The owner of Hybe, who New Jeans was signed to, was also besties with President Yoon. Yeah. technically, it is a democratic ideal. It is a fantastic achievement as a liberal democracy to get to this point. The problem is, one must ask the question, why China doesn't get the same level of coverage by America? Like Chinese living conditions and Chinese living standards. Also, there's some issues there still. But in comparison to where China was, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, not only is their economy more prosperous, but also the living standards have dramatically improved. You can't say the same about South Korea. South Korea's GDP has exploded, but the average living conditions have not gotten tremendously better. Some issues, generous. No, there's always going to be issues, bro. There's issues in America. What do you mean? I'm not saying that like a state is going to be devoid of any sort of problems. Okay? Of course, there's still going to be issues. Here's the GDP per capita.
In history, with the GDP per capita today higher than many countries in Europe, and it became the envy of the democratic world during the pandemic, when its rapid and effective testing system allowed it to escape the first wave without restrictive.
By the way, once again, Korean restrictions were seen as good, other countries not so good.
Lockdowns. However, inside South Korea, the perception is quite different. The two main parties have been beset by scandal and infighting, and incumbent President Yoon Suk-yeol has one of the lowest approval ratings in the world. So in this video, we're going to have a look at South Korea's economic miracle, how it became a democracy, and what's gone wrong recently. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So let's start with a bit of context, because the story of South Korea's post-war development is really quite remarkable. In the 50s, after the Korean War, South Korea was appallingly poor. The war had devastated its economy.
All right, bro, fucking chill. Damn, he's just owning him pretty hard. It was disgusting. It was horrifying to live in. Appallingly poor. Jesus, Lord mercy, dude.
And GDP per capita was about $1,000, making it the poorest country in the region. South Korea had a brief flirtation with democracy in 1960, but in 1961, the government was overthrown by a military coup led by General Park Chung-hee. Park was undeniably a bit of an autocrat, imprisoning dissenters while banning everything from certain types of clothing to certain types of music. But he wasn't necessarily anti-democratic. Instead, he argued that democracy only really worked with a functioning economy. And, well, to be fair to him, Park was undeniably good at managing South Korea's economy. In part inspired by Germany's impressive post-war growth, known as the Miracle on the Rhine, Park set up a manufacturing and export-led economic system, where heavy industries like petrochemicals, steel and shipbuilding were actively supported by the government. In part because South Korea's super cheap labour costs kept South Korean exports competitive, the South Korean economy started to grow at about 7% a year in the early 60s. Park also began repairing relations with Japan, culminating in a normalization treaty in
It's just crazy because, like, you even brought up Germany post-war economy. And it's, like, insane to me not to bring up America in any of these conversations. Like, I feel like if you do not mention American involvement in this, you are basically leaving out a ginormous chunk of how this development occurred, why it occurred the way it did, and what was in favor of the larger party's interest. Very odd. It's very odd to approach history like this. Anyway.
1965 and supported America during the Vietnam War, who returned the favor by sending hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign aid to South Korea. The Americans successfully pressured Park into holding elections in 1963 by threatening to withdraw aid after Park announced his intention to continue with military.
Oh, so America's intervention only came at that point. Pause, Goblin? No, I'm not. Chat, the fuck do you mean? What are we talking about? The partitioning of Korea is also an American invention. Like America and the USSR, but certainly an American invention. This is not me refusing to unpause the video. Not mentioning America's involvement up to that point, and to only mention America's involvement as like a tit for tat because of South Korea's voluntary aid in the also unjustifiable occupation, invasion, and death and destruction, genocide of Vietnamese population. That's when America got involved. That's just lying by omission. Oh, only then did we urge South Korea to have democratic elections. It's crazy. It's not me being a pause goblin. I'm saying that every step of the way up until this moment, America was involved directly. Also simultaneously talking about like these brutal military regimes as though they were simply somewhat authoritarian is also like you never get that kind of coverage from like Stalin, for example. And I wouldn't even fucking talk about Stalin like that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be like, oh, he was like somewhat of an authoritarian.
Rule for another 4 years. But Park won the election anyway. Under Park's stewardship, the South Korean economy continued its rapid growth for the next 15 years or so, growing at an average rate of about 10% until 1980, and Park was re-elected in 1967 and 1971. South Korea's GDP per capita essentially quadrupled between 1960 and 1980, and commentators started talking about the miracle on the Han to describe South Korea. Park was assassinated in 1979, but successive South Korean governments continued his export-led economic program, and South Korea continued to grow rapidly, reaching a GDP per capita of around $17,000 by the end of the 20th century. What makes South Korea's economic story even more impressive is that it avoided the so-called middle-income trap. Essentially, many developing countries have been able to stimulate rapid economic growth by focusing on manufacturing and exports, but they often get stuck at a GDP per capita of about $15,000, because as wages rise, their exports get less competitive and they struggle to develop their high-value industries. South Korea was able to maintain its rapid growth into the 21st century by nurturing its technology sector and reorienting its manufacturing sector towards more advanced manufacturers like electronics and semiconductors. Today, South Korea has a GDP per capita of nearly $34,000, making it one of the wealthiest countries not just in the region, but in the world. For context, that's higher than Spain and Italy, and only a bit lower than France. As Park predicted, economic development eventually paved the way for democracy, and South Korea became what we might describe as a proper democracy in 1988, after massive pro-democracy protests forced the government to move away from the de facto one-party system. A new two-party system quickly emerged, dominated by the Liberal Democratic Party of Korea, or DPK, and the Conservative People Power Party, or PPP. While this new system worked for a while, in the past few years, ordinary South Koreans have become increasingly disillusioned with both parties. Since about 2016, South Korea's political class has been beset.
Wait, I don't understand. Why are they disillusioned if more prosperity and a higher GDP per capita would yield the bounties of liberal democracy? How come these South Koreans are so entitled and so mad? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand. Why are they so ungrateful? Also, the idea that like the military dictatorship, like the objectively fascist military dictatorship of South Korea, was bountiful and allowed South Korea to prosper so they could like magically get democracy after reaching a certain point is, you know, kind of ridiculous. Whether run by a military dictatorship or run by a theoretical democracy, South Korean industry was, you know, it's still dominated by the same groups of people, the same families.
Stream of controversies, often related to their overly friendly links to South Korea's corporate dynasties. There was some hope that last year's election of the PPP's Yoon Suk-yeol, a former prosecutor general, would mark a turning point, but this hasn't happened. Yoon has been a divisive president, picking fights with not just the opposition, but also with factions within his own party. Despite promising big tent government, Yoon has marginalised other figures within his party and refused to cooperate with the DPK, who have a majority in South Korea's legislative chamber. The opposition have blocked Yoon's proposed labour and education reforms, and Yoon has responded by vetoing basically any big bill that the opposition gets through the legislature. The two sides have also clashed over Yoon's pro-America foreign policy, which critics claim is escalating geopolitical tensions and sacrificing South Korea's interests. The two parties now spend most of the time fighting each other. Earlier this year, Yoon began investigations into corruption allegations surrounding the DPK's leader and his connections to a scandal-ridden development project and illegal cash remittances to North Korea. And in retaliation, the DPK called for investigations into Yoon's wife, who hit the headlines last year for allegedly plagiarizing some of her academic work and manipulating stock prices.
Fucking nerd country, bro. I swear to God. Yo. I get why he's a wife guy, though. Like, low-key. I mean, that's crazy. This is like the hotness disparity. I've never seen hotness disparity like this outside of Eastern European nations. This is some Russian-ass bullshit right here, okay? This is like the most Russian-ass hotness disparity I've ever done seen. I did not know Korea operated like that, okay? This is straight up like, you know, the classic Eastern European, like the most ogreish-looking man with like the sexiest wife. And he treats her like shit. How is she 52? It's called plastic surgery, dog. What do you mean? AOE damage? Okay, well, that was intentional. Someone said 52% plastic.
The parties took things up a notch last week when the DPK-controlled legislature passed a motion urging Yoon to sack his prime minister for incompetence, which Yoon ignored, and the government approved an arrest warrant for the DPK leader. This infighting and partisan deadlock has prevented the government from actually addressing the various crises affecting South Korea, in part because South Korea has the lowest fertility rate in the world. Its economy has slowed and public finances are showing signs of strain. There are echoes of what happened to Japan in the 90s. Houses are unaffordably expensive, having doubled in price since 2008, and household debt is now over 100% of GDP, compared with 58% in Germany and 79% in America. South Korea is also suffering from a youth unemployment crisis, especially amongst graduates, and in 2020, the IMF warned that South Korea was one crisis away from a Japan-style recession. Unsurprisingly, South Koreans aren't happy. Yoon has one of the lowest approval ratings in the world, and both the government and opposition have approval ratings below 35%. Unfortunately for South Koreans, this partisan deadlock shows no sign of abating, and ordinary voters are becoming increasingly apathetic towards their democracy and its two-party duopoly. Across the developed world, many establishment parties are struggling to deal with the economic challenges. But in South Korea, the problem is particularly acute because voters don't really have any alternatives. Things are expected to change with a story like this, so make sure you stay on top of it.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, this was a year ago. This was a year ago. And by God, did things change. Yeah, they went from a one-party autocracy to a two-party duopoly. The point is, it doesn't matter. One-party autocracy, two-party duopoly, it doesn't fucking matter. As long as the people's wishes are being addressed, the people's material conditions are being improved, then it's fine. They don't give a shit, and they're happy. Except this right here is why they should be happy.
One of your favorite songs, American Pie.
When I was going to school, it was one of my favorite songs.
Well, we wanted to hear you sing it.
Come on, man. You got to give old Korean Unk a microphone. He's going to sing, okay? He's going to sing. It's catnip. It's like Austin.
A long, long time ago. I remember how the music used to make me smile. I had my chance that I could make those people dance. Maybe they'd be happy for a while. You made me shiver, really paper idleable. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't have one more step. I can't remember if I tried to read about his willow bride. Something touched me deep inside the day the music died. I understand that you like the guitar as well. The fellow who wrote that song is American Pie. So he wanted you to have his signed guitar.
This is pretty funny. The whole internet loves President Yoon, a lovely Korean politician that sings American Pie. 5 seconds later, we regret to inform you that President Yoon has abolished the Ministry of Women's Rights. 1 year later, we regret to inform you Yoon has declared martial law and ended democracy in South Korea. Look at this lady, the one that wrestled the... Yeah, I already covered this. The lady that wrestled the gun. It's crazy. She's one of the Democrat Party members that was like, shame on you. Civilians stopping a military vehicle. Oh, that's sick. They stopped armored vehicles. I can't believe you're celebrating the Korean January 6th. I mean, this isn't entirely like January 6th. It's like, oh, this was funny too. When the soldiers were coming up to the Parliament building, one of the guys just redirects him. He just flips him, dude. This is amazing. He just goes, nope. Motherfucker didn't even put his phone down, dude. He literally has a phone in one hand. He just went, whoop. Yeah, get rotated, idiot. And then the old man comes in and is like, no, 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 stop. Dude, that's awesome. This is the one thing with forced conscription, your whole population is basic training. I think you guys overvalue that a lot. Okay? I don't think it works like that. Especially because you forget that I come from a country where there is a mandatory draft. And it's kind of not like that. I don't think it works that way. Like these people are not all fucking incredible fighters, okay? That's like something that you've made up in your mind. I wouldn't even say the American military is comprised of incredible fighters either. Polisler bizim polisler gibi değil aga. The Special Forces unit there is tough. There is though. What? Well, the Special Forces unit was like clearly much more understanding of dealing with civilians than like the average American cop is. That's for sure. Okay, so apparently there's a tradition of a small island off the coast of Germany where men hunt down and beat the women on the island. I'm not memeing. I'm not joking. Serious as cancer. What the actual fuck? Yeah, I don't care about this, dude. That sounds crazy, but I'm not going to look at that right now. Saw you on some dumb page on Instagram today.
Ha siktir git lan. Siktir git lan amına kodum.
What the fuck? Bro, this is from 4 days ago. It's got like 2. It's a Turkish meme account. Ajans Geyikleri, which is about like agency memes basically. Cuma günü son dakika gelen acil işlere dönüş yapıyorum. Küfürlü. They're saying this has swear words in it. When someone reaches out last minute on a Friday with like emergency work. Representative Kim Min-suk, a member of the opposition party's Supreme Council, who briefly speaks in English to the foreign media.
외신이 방송이 필요할 것 같아서 불가피하게 간단한 입장을
Bro, Koreans got the sickest glasses though. Always. Koreans and the Japanese, like they got the coolest glasses always. Their glass tech is out of control. Decent suits too.
할 테니까 좀 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 크게. On December 3rd, 2024, at 10:27 p.m., President Yoon Suk-yeol declared martial law. This declaration is illegal and constitutes a criminal act directly violating the Constitution and other laws. It is essentially a coup d'etat. The current political and social situation does not meet the criteria of a time when it is necessary to respond to military needs or maintain public order in wartime or a similar national emergency as outlined in Article 77 of the Constitution. Therefore, the emergency martial law is invalid and illegal, and the President should be held accountable. Additionally, martial law is procedurally invalid as there was no cabinet meeting, which is required by...
Yeah, we got to abide by the norms. Don't worry, incels are still the dumbest fuckers you know. English translation, the reaction of a Korean man after watching the news about the declaration of martial law. I apologize in advance for writing something that might come across as sexist in the situation. But seriously, what kind of behavior is this? How could an ordinary citizen, a woman who has probably never even handled a gun, try to take a soldier's weapon out of a sense of justice? Okay, we're going crazy now. We're finding like Korean forums to dunk on random Korean incels, all right? They're getting dunked on already by having to live in Korea in the dire economic circumstances that they have to exist under. What the fuck? Moldovan Mama Liga? Am I being like botted or something? Why are chatters themselves like... It's a raid, mate? Who raided? Oh, we got a raid. You are getting a Romanian raid. Wait, what the fuck? Why do other content creators in Romania know Moldovan Mama Liga? Why does the biggest Romanian leftist political streamer know who the fuck one of my random chatters is? That is insane. What the fuck? Oh my God, does Moldovan Mama Liga have a lot of fucking pull outside of this community? Does he have motion? He hasn't even been around for a while. Or are you guys unfamiliar that this is not just like, are you just talking about the actual food, the Mama Liga food, and not necessarily our Moldovan Mama Liga? Fayar, who rated as a 32-month sub? Hell yeah. He does not. We just saw the clips of you saying Moldovan Mama Liga. Oh, okay. So he has no motion. It's just his username is funny. It freaked me out for a second. I thought like people just know him outside of this community. What is going on, dude? If Moldova Mama Liga only knew that he has done so much PR for Moldova. He has done so much PR for Moldova in this community and just across the board. He has no idea though. Why you gotta cook him like that? I love cooking him because Moldovan Mama Liga for years and years has been Hasan is a Russian asset. He has claimed that I'm a Russian asset for like far before Russia invaded Ukraine. Okay. And in spite of the fact that he has maintained the position that I am a Russian asset, he has steadily supported this community and myself. Which is crazy. I love Moldova Mama Liga. It's sad that he left the country and now is living in exile in the United States of America.
All held to.
Speaking of Russian assets, now that we got a Romanian raid, what's going on in fucking Romania, man? Holy shit. Not good. Not good at all. I don't think he wins though. I think he got motion only because he was like a relatively unknown guy and everyone got scared. So I think people will vote for the, you know, progressive center right person, I suspect. I hope. But who knows? Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Benjamin Netanyahu's new friend. Benjamin Netanyahu has found himself another Holocaust denier to befriend in Europe. Oh my God. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's actually kind of funny because they were, Romanians were saying it's election interference. Not realizing that, no, Israel gets to do that. They can do that. You crazy? They do that to America. You think they can't do that to Romania? That's nutty. No, Benjamin Netanyahu calls who he wants, okay? Before the election, after the election, whenever he wants. Yes, Călin Georgescu wrote the foreword to RFK's translated book in Romanian. They're homies. They're both anti-vaxxers. The Romanian crystal mommy regime is you know, it's coming. Yes, I'm coming to Oxford. All right. Donald Trump popped off about hostage releases in Gaza. Let's take a look.
If the Israeli hostages are not released by the time he takes office in January. Now, it's not clear what he means by that threat. On Saturday, Hamas released a propaganda video of an American-Israeli soldier, Eden Alexander's his name. He's been held there since the October 7th massacre. Deborah Pata shows us a new strategy by the hostages' families in Israel.
They have tried shouting, pleading, anger. Nothing has worked. They have lost their words. So now they have gone quiet.
The protesters here hope that their silence will speak more powerfully than any words. But the message remains the same.
Damn, why are you in between them talking? That's crazy. Georgescu is not homies with RFK. He just claims to be in order for us to stop calling him a Russian asset. Our U.S. ambassador confirmed RFK doesn't know who he is. Wait, really? Wait, so he's just been lying? Oh, that's kind of a bummer. That made me sad. It made perfect sense for me to think that like they were linked up because RFK is such a low-level freak who I totally would have suspected would be a part of like this international consortium of anti-vaxxers. So it made perfect sense in my headcanon, but it is so fucking funny because he's not even lying about like, I don't know, befriending like an American senator. He's lying about befriending RFK Jr., who until this past election had no motion whatsoever. He was like a low-level crank. So he couldn't even lie about someone cool. It's the one Kennedy that wasn't impacted by the Kennedy curse because it's, you know, a much larger stain upon the family for him to be alive and behave in the ways that he does. Looking at that guy, pointing to that guy and being like, nah, that's my bestie. I'm linked up. I'm mobbed up with the American government. I got insider access to the American government by way of RFK Jr. is pretty funny. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Home now. Dressed in white, young and old, united in anguish. This is where their loved ones are, held captive in Gaza. Everyone is worried that time is running out to save them, as it did for Nofar Bushtaf's brother Yogev.
He should be alive and here with us today.
Many protesters here believe Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is deliberately prolonging the war to avoid his upcoming corruption trial.
We are all slaves of his...
I mean, that is what's going on. That's like part of it. Yes. I'm glad that the media can only frame it from the perspective of like Israeli hostage families openly recognizing the truth and yelling about it. But this is no longer a matter of speculation. It's just the truth. Yes, of course they're calling for a ceasefire. Yes, they have been. And these are not... Yeah, I mean, this is something that I talked about 3 months ago. It's something that I talked about even before 3 months ago. It's just the thing that is happening.
private interest.
I think Israeli government doesn't want to, have this deal.
This is not Jewish, this is not Israeli.
And it's not right, says Herut Nimrodi, who feels her son Tamir has been abandoned.
It's very hard for me to remember his voice, his laughter. Things are starting to fade away, and it's horrifying.
And so she seeks solace in the power of this sisterhood. Together, they weep and softly sing. They are daughters, sisters, wives, and most of all, they are mothers.
There are still 101 hostages in Gaza. There is a new deal on the table in Cairo in another push to end the war and bring those still alive back home and the bodies of those killed for burial.
Also, Donald Trump was like, there will be hell to pay. So Hamas came out with a statement. New statement from Hamas by way of Jeremy Scahill of Drop Site News. Hamas responds to Trump threat that there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East if the Israeli hostages are not released before Trump's inauguration. Statement from Bassem Naim of Hamas's Politburo. 1. Since the beginning of this genocide, Hamas has publicly announced and been active in seeking a permanent ceasefire to the end of the Israeli aggression against our people, a deal which would have included a full prisoners exchange. Number 2. However, Netanyahu has sabotaged all these attempts. At many times, we were extremely close to signing on a deal. But due to his savage actions and decisions, the deals broke down. Therefore, Hamas understands that Trump's message is actually directed first towards Netanyahu and his government. They need to end their evil game by using negotiations as a cover for their personal, political, ideological interests. Yeah, I don't think Trump is saying this to Netanyahu. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I think he's saying he's gonna increase the faucet of genocide. Not that it matters because you're already in the throes of genocide. At that point, it's like they're doing, it's kind of the maximalist position, right? Hamas is committed to immediately implementing the Security Council Resolution 2735 and the deal struck on July 2nd, 2024. We are looking forward to the daytime seeing an end of this genocide against our people, their free return back to their homes all over the Gaza Strip, and prisoners from both sides freed and enjoying living amongst their families again. Our people are eager to secure a better future for their children, full of hope, dignity, and prosperity. Jeremy says, a couple thoughts. Trump's bombastic threats to unleash some untold horror if the Israelis and U.S. captives are not released occurs as the ceasefire talks have resumed. This is important to note. I think Trump wants to take credit for it if there is potentially a ceasefire even before the inauguration. Hamas is not going to do something or tremble in fear because of Trump's threats to future action. The timing does indicate Trump is looped in on the potential deal being negotiated and wants to set himself up to take credit for any success in the release of the hostages. It is also true that Netanyahu's repeatedly sabotaged deals that would have seen the release of the Israeli and U.S. captives held in Gaza. Many hostages have died as a result of Israeli attacks and a total refusal to make a deal to secure their release. The only difference is if Israel is the party that is not corresponding, and Israel is the party that is routinely fucking up the hostage negotiations, and Benjamin Netanyahu feels comfortable with Donald Trump and feels like Donald Trump will have his back if there's any sort of like internal political persecution, or the prosecution of Benjamin Netanyahu continues for corruption, and Donald Trump gives Benjamin Netanyahu assurances that he will protect his political career and will ensure that he is not prosecuted, then he might be more responsive to a ceasefire negotiation, especially if he thinks that Donald Trump will most likely, backed by Miriam Adelson, allow the permanent annexation and occupation of at least North Gaza. So I think that that is the only way that a ceasefire is implemented. Benjamin Netanyahu does whatever he wants under Biden. And now that he got his wishes and Trump is president, he still gets to do whatever he wants. And now he gets to avoid potentially some political persecution. Tangential might be good to read on stream, since your debate might not come out for another 2 weeks. Is the previous speech you were following in Oxford? This is Susan Abdul Hawa, who this was her remarks at Oxford Union debate. Do you mean to always beat Phil to the news, lol? Well, it's because he's writing his script, usually in the mornings while I'm live. Here is pro-Israel journalist Yosef Haddad kicked out of the Oxford Union debate. Oxford Union. Anti-Semitism is alive and well at Oxford Union. They kicked Yosef Haddad out. So I'm in London. Many of you are asking over and over again, why are you in London? It's because I'm going to Cambridge Union and Oxford Union. While the setting is supposed to be for debates and whatnot, my situation is a little bit different. They wanted me to give a speech, which I have not written. No, I know Yosef Haddad is not Jewish. Guys, you don't understand. If you defend Israel publicly, okay, and people get mad at you, that means they're anti-Semitic too. Okay? That's just the way it works. That's why so many Christian Zionists feel comfortable shitting on anti-Zionist Jews and using deeply anti-Semitic speeches to do so. You must understand. Judaism is not, in the eyes of people who defend Israel. Judaism is not about actually being Jewish. It's about how hard you ride for Israel. So a Christian could be more Jewish than an anti-Zionist Jew. Or at least that's the way a lot of people feel about it. A lot of people who defend Israel feel about it. Okay? Did you win basketball or not today? Hasanabi in British land? No, dude. I fucking got off the plane. I got into a car. I got to the hotel. And I immediately started streaming. And I've been streaming for the past 3 hours. So no, I have not done anything else. I have only fucking streamed. Okay? That's all I've done. Yeah, I went on a 9-hour, 10-hour flight, beast mode. Came to England, immediately started streaming at the same time that I always stream, Los Angelino time. Also beast mode. And weirdly enough, I'm actually fucking insanely tired. Even though I slept on the flight, I'm still fucking tired. Another Hasanabi politics glaze. They keep coming
The left
in.
needs its own Joe Rogan. Yeah, but didn't Joe Rogan endorse Bernie Sanders at one point? Yeah, anyway, someone like Hasan Piker, but it can't be Hasan because he doesn't like us. Could you go a little bit deeper on that last point? Yeah, like Hasan has this unique ability to appeal to different demographics we're losing a lot of ground with. Think like the demographics Bernie did surprisingly well with. Bernie, who was also endorsed by Joe Rogan, right? It's just so frustrating because Hasan talks so much shit on our policy and our strategy. Like, it's so weird that these people we're losing are so drawn to this guy who does not like our policy or our strategy. Oh my God, I got it. We should start being transphobic. The left needs its own Joe Rogan. Yeah, but didn't Joe Rogan endorse Bernie?
Dismantle AUKUS while you're there. Dude. I'm here to fucking finish Five Eyes. Okay? You caught me. I'm here to end Five Eyes. I'm here to defeat NATO. I'm here to defeat NATO. And I'm here to defeat Five Eyes. And I'm here to defeat AUKUS. Okay? That's why I came to England. Yeah. It's done. It's over. No more AUKUS. No more Five Eyes. No more NATO. It's over. American imperialism will not stand another day. Did you check in with Ayup? No, I didn't, because I'm not going to Yorkshire. Can you fix Brexit while you're there? No. England deserves to not be a part of the EU for shit like this.
So I'm in a smart hotel in London. I've got a cup of coffee. I want some milk. Let's have a look. We've got semi-skim. They don't like that. Oat milk. What on earth's that when it's at home? Almond milk. All I want's proper bloody milk. Not left-wing options. Proper milk. What's wrong with me asking for that?
Treating semi-skim milk like it's some insane vegan lefty option is wild. This is British Culture Wars. Semi-skim milk? That's proper gay. Oh no. What's this? Democracy Manifest. Gaze upon the wokes and what they've done to our cows. These woke milks have no place in British society. I simply want to enjoy a succulent, full-fat milk. No semi-skim. This is what you do when you're bored, when you got nothing else going on. A deeply unserious society.
Oxford University, the Oxford Debating Society, is meant to be, an august organisation, a bastion of free speech, democracy, enlightened thought, but it was hijacked by jihadists, quite simply.
Oh, that's amazing. Oxford University's Union Debate Society is supposed to be an august institution where free speech prospers and thrives. And yet, they've used that free speech in a way that I disagree. Which means that they're jihadists and must be culled. It's great. It's awesome. It's awesome to just be like, yeah, this is a free speech institution. And I hate the kinds of speech that they're doing. So they shouldn't do that any longer. Sick. Yeah, I didn't realize free speech meant like, only the speech you appreciate and enjoy. And no matter how truthful something might be, if it hurts your feelings, then it should not actually happen.
I think it was the right thing to do to go there to debate, because I don't think they were necessarily debating their opponents or those in the crowd, those that were cheering essentially for the murderers, butchers and rapists of Hamas, but for everyone else that was watching them, and to expose those people that do reject Israel's right to exist, that do cheer on the crimes of groups like Hamas under the guise of some kind of enlightened thought of free speech. So I think they were the right to do it, and I certainly applaud them for doing so.
Unbelievable to think that this is the level of debate, how things descend into chaos at an institution like Oxford. You've just come back, Hasan, from Canada, addressing the Canadian Parliament. Concerns, of course, about anti-Semitism, the uptick around the globe since the 7th of October. Tell us more.
It was a surreal experience. As I was actually packing to go to Canada, my wife had asked me, are you going to have security? And I thought for a second, what is she talking about? I'm literally flying in from a war zone, but at the same time, I was as if flying into another war zone. And I was there in Montreal during those riots.
Jewish Insider is doing another hit piece on me after the last one got no motion. This time, they're mad that I didn't call the football hooligan fights that occurred in Amsterdam a pogrom. And it's like, just give it up, dude. What's happening, man? Why are you still hitting that? Why are you still just like, that's really fucking anti-Semitic that you don't consider like the Tel Aviv Maccabi football hooligans to be victims of a Kristallnacht style pogrom? Like, who believes this? Why are you still running with this narrative? Like, what are you doing? This man said there are riots occurring in Montreal. It's a real war zone. He's like, I'm actually leaving Tel Aviv, a war zone, to go to Montreal, and I need security because that's the real war zone. First of all, Tel Aviv, not exactly a war zone, okay? It's Gaza, where the genocide is occurring, not in Tel Aviv, so calm down. And secondly, the notion that you're going to go to another like developed Western nation, and it's a fucking war zone because people are just like looking out to like the failed Dagestani pogrom that occurred in the beginning of October of 2023 when they were like looking for Jewish people in the fucking in the engine of a plane or whatever. Like they're making it seem like that's what's happening in Montreal. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
And they were just harrowing. It was, you know, it's hard not to draw parallels to what happened in Amsterdam.
Right.
And when I spoke to leaders there from all levels of...
Like, why are we acting like Jews don't exist in these places, man? What the fuck? Amsterdam and Pogrom Trial. Like, it's so funny when people are like, you don't understand. You don't get it. You understand the fear I feel in my heart when I'm in the Upper East Side of New York? Positively. I mean, Harlem has turned into Hamas Harlem. It's everywhere. It's like, come on, dude. Come on. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Scarra woke up. How long are you in the UK? Oh. All right, let's keep going.
The political echelon, I told them unless corrective action is taken, there will be a repeat on the streets of Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, what happened in Amsterdam. The community is under assault. I spoke to students, they're scared. They're incredibly brave and courageous for standing up, but they're scared. The Jewish community feels abandoned. It's as if, you know, enough promises from the government, you know, it's nice to condemn anti-Semitism. It's nice to say that it's not part of our society, but it's so entrenched into the society there. And the
Biden moment? Yeah, I had a Biden blast. Bro, I'm having a Biden blast because I'm fucking running on fumes. Okay, chat, calm down. I'm trying to still offer you a decent commentary when my brain is like mush.
Government is not acting. At one point, I was speaking at the Toronto City Council and I asked them, how can the police not act when you hear these protests and calls for globalized intifada? And they said to me, well, it depends on intent. And that really harks back to what we saw, if you remember, with the congressional hearings when at least Stefanik, soon to be American ambassador.
Photo of the damage to the Montreal Convention Center from Friday night's anti-NATO protest. About 6 windows were broken. I regret to inform you that my home city of Montreal has fallen. We will never recover from these 6 broken. Guys, I'm so sorry I showed you the devastating impact of this kind of protest. It is a real war zone. I should have offered... It's my bad. I should have offered a trigger warning ahead of time. NATO, one of the world's, like, the most violent global fighting force on the planet, absolutely destroyed by 6 protests breaking 6 total windows in Montreal. It's over.
UN grilled the heads of top universities.
Diabolical, what happened there?
Yeah, genocide depends on context, and it's the same situation here. So I think the community is fed up. They feel abandoned by the government. Israel feels abandoned by the government, and quite frankly, it feels like Canada has abandoned their own values.
Well, Justin Trudeau was meeting with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. One wonders if that featured in their discussions. But it brings me to my next point, and that is what the Trump administration could mean for the fight against anti-Semitism. We're talking about Oxford, we're talking about Canada, Amsterdam, and of course you.
Yeah. Trump is going to punish Oxford Union for kicking out Yosef Haddad. Oh my God. What a positively insane conversation to be having openly, like without even a sense of shame. Also, it's really funny because like Donald Trump also kind of an anti-Semite himself. Okay. He's on the side of anti-Semitism. No. He is anti-Semitic, but also, more importantly than anti-Semitic, he's pro-Israel. And he's unconditionally pro-Israel. And that's what these guys are talking about when they say Trump will punish our enemies. Because they don't give a fuck about like the real anti-Semitism. They give a fuck about anti-Israel sentiment. That's it. That's literally it. It's not about someone being anti-Semitic. It's about someone being anti-Israel. That's what matters.
You campuses as well, your sense of what things could look like post the 20th of January in terms of having Jews in America feel safe?
Look, I'm cautiously optimistic in knowing that there is.
Yeah. Jews in America are going to feel so safe. Even though 80% of the Jews in America voted against Trump. They're going to feel so safe with Donald Trump, though, for sure. Jews in America, notoriously unfamiliar with the ways in which fascism manifests, you know? Definitely. Just like when Jews in America felt super safe when Trump was president last time, and he primed the Nazis so fucking hard that they were running around screaming, "Jews will not replace us," in the streets of the United States of America. This is the problem. When you care more about Israel than you do about anti-Semitism, you say dumb shit like this. You know? Jews in America will feel safe when you got Christian nationalists in positions of power.
There is a sense of unpredictability in terms of what will happen, but we certainly need to judge in terms of what we have, and that includes the people that have been appointed to high-level cabinet positions, and they're all incredibly staunch friends and allies, supporters of Israel, who have been unwavering in speaking out against anti-Semitism. And we have to look at also what the president himself, or president-elect, has said. One of his first statements in the days after election, they said that they will take accreditation away and take funding away from those universities that receive federal funding, but yet continue to not only engage in anti-Semitism, but refuse to take action. So I think there will be positive steps in terms of not just on campuses, but elsewhere and in the international arena, which is so critical as well, including at the UN and elsewhere. So time will tell, but I think the initial steps are quite positive.
At 12 minutes after the hour, another big story is the president-elect and the things that he's already talking about doing when he takes over. One, if you guys don't seal up your border in the north...
He's done such little shit so far that these guys are desperate to find something that he's doing to be like, he made Trudeau scared. Like, they're so desperate to cling on to anything, dude. He made Trudeau scared, guys. Oh, he's cooking. This story, if it does not feature the many different rules and laws and norms that Biden has openly and deliberately violated in his endless effort to allow Israel to carry out its genocidal ambitions and intent in Gaza, and the lack of media criticism for such things, if it doesn't feature any of that, then it's bunk. Democrats suck so bad, dude. They love presenting themselves as like this moral entity that cares about rules, that cares about norms, that cares about justice. They just don't. And if you're going to violate the rules and the norms, why not do it to benefit Americans? Even if you're going to save your son from prosecution, at least extend a, olive branch to many people. Give some clemencies out. Put some pardons out. Don't just delete his criminal track record. Delete student loan debt. Anything. Literally anything. And be like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Oh, Supreme Court said no? Well, guess what? I'm the president, and I run the Department of Education. I don't give a fuck what the Supreme Court said. It makes no damn sense. The Supreme Court gave him immunity or extra immunity from prosecution as long as he can credibly make an argument that this is a presidential act. You will know more about this when Donald Trump abuses this additional legal hurdle that one must overcome to prosecute Donald Trump after he's done being president for the crimes that he committed during his presidency. Biden could use that. He's a fucking lame duck. Why won't you? Sacrifice something, dude. Jesus Christ. You're 800 years old. You're going to fucking die soon. Your legacy is tarnished already. Have some decency and do something right by your fucking voters. You know? This shit sucks.
I can tell you.
Why the fuck is Jasmine Crockett chiming in on this? Gosh, she's so lame. You're like a what, 27-year-old lawyer, young Democrat from what, like Texas? Why the fuck was it so urgent for you to defend Joe Biden in this very moment that you had to do a fucking telephone interview from the goddamn plane, dude? She's 43. Okay, well, 43 in Congress might as well be 27. Damn, she looks great for 43. That's crazy. I give a fuck about the Hunter Biden situation when I don't. I celebrated it. Okay. I don't think it should be a crime to have a big dick. I do not want to go to jail. Okay. And I think that's the reason why they were prosecuting my mans for having a big cock. Am I jet lagged? Yes, I'm insanely jet lagged. Weirdly enough, it's technically 4 p.m. in Los Angeles. So I should, if I was like actually jet lagged, if I was actively jet lagged, I wouldn't be sleepy at all. Having said that, however, I am insanely tired. It is 12 here in London. And I'm hella tired. I don't even know why. I don't want to go to bed because if I went to sleep right now, I feel like I'd wake up in a couple hours. And then that would fuck my shit up even more. And then I'd be mad. Then I'd be mad that I went to sleep and shut off the stream for no reason. And then I'd just be sitting there doing nothing. Probably cranking it. Do I have to be up early for the Oxford event? No. Tomorrow is Cambridge. I still have not written a speech. I'm going to freestyle it with some talking points. I've decided I'm going to freestyle it. But also, it's probably a mistake, but I'm procrastinating. That speech is going to be straight out of ChatGPT. How long is it going to be? I think it's like 5 to 10 minutes. You are going to freestyle a speech at a prestigious university while jet lagged? Yes. Leftists who can't write? No, I can. I used to write so much. I'll figure it out. But it's more so, the format is simple, and you'll see it tomorrow. It's going to be a 5 to 10 minute speech, then a moderated Q&A, just like USC, and then a student Q&A. I will pray for you. Yeah, just pray for me. Don't tell me what to do. Just pray for me. I will be streaming the Cambridge speech. Oxford, on the other hand, got back and was like, yo, you can't stream it because they're phony. Apparently, Oxford is like, no, we release it ourselves. We do not want you cannibalizing the content. And I was like, all right. I think that's kind of lame, but Cambridge will upload the high quality footage, and so will Oxford later down the line. But yeah, that's it. That's what's going on. So tomorrow I'll do the speech at Cambridge, and then the day after I'll start a little bit later than I normally would. And we'll do a long ass stream. Tomorrow's stream will be a little bit shorter. The Wednesday stream from Cambridge will be a little bit shorter because it's limited. It'll just like feature my speech and stuff. And then the Thursday stream will be a full-blown stream, kind of like this one, where I just sit down and go through the news stories. No, I will not be meeting up with Ayup Lovely.
I've crouched.
Why this weekend is a good question. Because he could have dropped it on a Friday afternoon. He could have dropped it any time to just like kind of hide or soften the media impact. He literally dropped it like an anvil. Like he did not give a shit. He was like, nah, dog. I don't care. I'm doing this thing and I want everybody to know it. God, I forgot about this. He had his own documentation scandal, bro. If it came out that Joe Biden actually like offered hush money payments to someone that he also changed in the books, I would lose my, oh my God, that'd be so awesome. That'd be so sick. Just perfect. Like everything that Donald Trump has done, Joe Biden has done as well. Not to the same severity, never to the same degree, never to the same severity, but still just enough. Just enough that it is glaringly obvious for those with eyes to see that this shit is all completely made up. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm not making an equivocation between Hunter Biden and any number of different war criminals that like Donald Trump has pardoned, for example. I'm not. And I do understand that like there is a little bit of lawfare happening with the Hunter Biden situation, even though he was caught dead to rights. It is what it is. But it is so perfectly like right at the ass cheeks of that exact same style of hypocrisy that it's impossible not to notice it. Fucking chill, man. God damn, chat. Yo, I can't try anything, bro. I can't do anything. You got to come after me. You're like, oh, look at this guy. Is this Velma? Is this bisexual Velma? Oh, look at this guy. It's Vector. You're in your Vector era. I can't do a damn thing. I'm trying to look British, man. I feel like I look like a proper bloke in this. Am I wrong? Do I not look like a proper bloke, but from like the 70s? A proper geezer. Do I not look like a proper fucking geezer? Someone that's just a proper English Velma. Fuck you, man. He would have done that. And then he would have been like, just like what you did on 9/11. And by that, I mean, what we did, am I right? Wink. I'm saying George W. Bush. Crazy. This is okay, John. Bro, I'm sorry. I have to come clean. I wrote this speech as well. I wrote this speech.
CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan, I think he pronounces it Donnie O'Sullivan. He interviewed Hasan Piker in the wake of...
My goat. The fact that streamers are now beefing with CNN gives me hope. My goat Kyle, even with that hair, did a video defending my ass. And I love that.
Of Kamala's loss. There was an actual Hasan Piker segment on CNN in the wake of Kamala's loss where they try to get his take like, hey, why did she lose? So in other words, they're now acknowledging that there are lefty streamers and podcasters who get decent numbers because, of course, you know, the right sort of dominates the podcast space more generally, and Trump went on a whole bunch of podcasts that are either overtly right-wing or like non-political but lean right socially and culturally. You know, we went on Andrew Schultz's podcast and Theo Von and Joe Rogan, and you even had J.D. Vance went on Tim Dillon's show. And so this space, which is nominally non-political but certainly leans right, it led to the impression, man, this podcast base is just flat out right-wing. Democrats don't have the infrastructure to compete with it. And look, that's...
Damn, when did Kyle move to Flavortown? Long time ago.
Kind of bullshit, right? Because you're never going to get a left-wing space online that truly rivals the behemoth that is the right online, because there's so much big money backing the right online. And to be fair, when I say that, I'm thinking more of like, you know, the Daily Wires of the world. That's a massive operation that has massive funding from billionaires. And you have this like marriage of like the right-wing think tanks and this right-wing online media infrastructure. And then, of course, you have Rogan is an absolute behemoth. He didn't come up overtly political, but he's become more political over time. Of course, he has a massive multi-$100 million deal with Spotify, or at least he did. And whereas, look, on the Democratic side, the left, it's hard for the left to build out infrastructure like that because nobody would fund the left, because the left says we want to tax the corporations, right? We want billionaires and wealthy people to have less money, and we want to redistribute the wealth to the working class. And so you're not going to find an investor who's too keen on that idea. But having said that, given all of like the institutional biases...
Yeah, it'd be the dumbest fucking investment of all time. Hey, I'm going to go invest money into a propaganda mouthpiece whose primary purpose is to make me not exist, okay? My level of wealth inequality must not exist. And as a very wealthy guy, I'm just going to dump a shitload of money into people that, you know, proudly and loudly say that over and over again.
Against the left, there are, of course, outlets that are on the left, or there are individual podcasters or streamers who are on the left. Some of them a little more Democratic Party adjacent, like your Brian Tyler Cohen's, for example. Some of them a little bit more outsiders, like your Hasan, for example. But it's interesting that now this is probably the first time that I've seen a genuine acknowledgement of, yeah, there actually is some Democratic media, some liberal media, and some left-wing media. So CNN went and spoke to Hasan Piker. And here we have not only what Hasan said, but the reaction from Bakari Sellers, which is interesting to say the least. So let's watch and then I'll break it down for you.
Hasan Piker is a social media superstar, really, with almost 3 million followers on the video streaming platform Twitch. He's a progressive fan of Bernie Sanders. So popular, Democratic Party invited him to the DNC in August, and he sat down with CNN's Donny O'Sullivan.
And by the way, didn't he get kicked out? I think he got kicked out towards the end. Correct me if I'm wrong. Put it below.
Here's a little bit.
There's a general sense that when it comes to the world of podcasts,
we let bygones be bygones.
We
let bygones be bygones.
Call it that Trump did a much better job at that than Democrats and Harris.
Absolutely. I think that's true.
Harris did consider going on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But she didn't. What is it that the Democrat Party has to do differently?
Well, I think that they need to change their policies.
It's a policy thing.
Yes, it's 100% a policy thing. Which is the boring answer. Although it would be very self-serving for me to say, I'm the left's Joe Rogan, the Democratic Party should give me millions of dollars. That's not going to solve this problem. What will solve this problem is if the Democratic Party actually adopts real left-wing economic populist messaging instead of purposely avoiding that stuff because they're terrified of upsetting their corporate donors. I think Trump speaks to male insecurities better, and I think Trump speaks to the anger that people have, whereas the other side of the political spectrum does not speak to that anger at all.
Joining us right now, CNN senior political commentator Bakari Sellers and Lance Trover, the former spokesperson for Doug Burgum when he was running in the Republican presidential primary. It's good to see you guys. Thank you. Bakari, what do you think of all that, what Hasan Piker was telling Donny?
I wish he was paying attention. I mean, it's patently absurd to say that he wishes that Kamala Harris would adopt some populist economic policies. Was he talking about the fact that she wanted to build 3 million new homes with housing tax credits, or was he talking about the child tax credit or the earned income tax credit?
You guys have heard my commentary on this, obviously. It's so funny to be like, that's called populism. You don't understand. You don't know what populism is. Thanks, man. This anti-Semitic streamer is coming to my university tomorrow. Could you give me a quote to read back to him? Is his name? What level of anti-Semitism are we working with? Is he like, does he believe the Nakba happened? Because that's like really anti-Semitic, right? Or is he just like, is he a Nakba believer and also simultaneously a person who says that Israel is currently committing a genocide? Because that's like, you know, paired up together, that's like the maximum. Folded immediately. I think they're just memeing and they're just excited to see me at the meet and greet tomorrow. Nothing is as anti-Semitic as saying Sabra hummus sucks, though. Bill Maher threatens to quit HBO's real time due to Trump fatigue. Oh my God, I'll nut. HBO. Give me the show. Give me Bill Maher's show. Kind of wild. Hasan does a bid and doesn't want to have a conversation. I don't know. People want clicks, I guess. At least invite me to the dialogue in your head. Bakari, you Apex shill. Hasan just read this tweet live and said he's down to have you on, and he's never had an issue with that. God damn. My fans are ripping into him. By the way, I didn't know that Bakari Sellers wanted to come on the broadcast. Like, I'm down to have him on when I come back from London. I don't know why he thinks like I am terrified of him. Lol, I'm right here. I don't understand. Does he want to have a conversation on Twitter? Because I don't think that's going to work in his favor. Because I cooked his ass once already and I could cook him again. You know what I mean? Damn, this one banged. I said, I don't think Americans could pull some shit off like this. Not going to lie. 92,000 likes. Holy fuck. He don't watch the stream. I know. This is the first thing I tweeted about offline TV, and someone got mad at me. Someone got mad at me and was like, why are you joking about this? The situation is fucked. I was like, bro, I'm American. Like, I know the situation is fucked. Calm down. You'll be watching when it's happening to us in a couple months. Yeah, I said, don't worry. He said, Hasan, coming from someone who's a career at the moment, do you think this is the most appropriate response? I said, I'm in the US, don't worry. I'm going to be eating that same shit soon. This is serious, not something to joke about. Dude, if we can't have a little bit of gallows humor, I don't know what to tell you, okay? We're all fucking cooked. We're all in it together. Admit it, you're not just visiting the UK, you're immigrating to Keir Stalin's Britain. Yes. I know Keir Stalin is going to bring back workers' councils, and I want to be there for that, okay? Mick Lynch has actually tapped me as one of his enforcers, and that's why I'm here. Chad, I have an announcement. I am immigrating. I'm going to be an expat to the fucking UK. Sorry, bro. The glaze is too far. Oh no, you put... Bro, I got 3 holes for a reason. Which LeBron you taking? Ending my day with a king inside me. I hope you finally feel some fucking shame. No, I reposted. I reposted one of my LeBron Glaze TikToks that made it to the TikTok timeline. I saw it when I was in the bathroom. When I was in the bathroom of the airport. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where is it? Wait, did he get fucking... Oh, here. If LeBron played basketball with me one time and, like, you know, maybe help me fix my shot mechanics or something, maybe show me like a post move, I would probably die after that moment. I could die happy. Actually, I wouldn't want to die because he would be taken aback by my fucking good ass vibes and also the potential that I have. And then maybe he'd even call me son on accident. And then I'd be like, don't worry, dad. It's all good. And then we'd basically play basketball all the time. He'd hit me up and be like, yo, honestly, it's cool. Like, we should just ball up more. Guys, don't talk about LeBron James' performance last night. Okay, do not. It was, he still got 10. Number one, he still got 10. So the streak is alive. Number two, okay, those weren't actually air balls. I actually investigated it. It actually was a super secret wind weapon. That's right. A super secret wind weapon that they unleashed. They have wind wizards. Okay. The dark arts. And you know how LeBron does that like satanic ritual before the game every time? He like throws up like the fucking Baphomet hand signals and whatever. Like he forgot to do it that night. And turns out he was always doing that because he was trying to fight the necromancers. Okay. And unfortunately, he didn't do it that night. And the weather machine and the airbenders and like the wizards that have control over the wind, they were able to finally get together and make it seem as though he's washed and an old man. And I think that's ageist. I think that's racist. And I think you guys don't understand what happened, what took place. I know I saw the stat lines, okay? A lot of attempts, a lot of misses. It's not his fault. And then we'd become besties. And then we'd go get tacos on Taco Tuesday. And, you know, we'd eat tacos together. It would be sick. If LeBron played basketball with me, LeBron should not be the one fixing a shot after missing 33 straight. See, this is the slander. This is the type of slander. Y'all the same age, though. This ain't even Glaze for real. This is what I'm talking about. It's not Glaze if he deserves it. Not even Glaze for real. See, that's the thing. Like, you're not actually glazing LeBron. You're just giving him the appropriate amount of praise he deserves. It's not Glaze, it's praise. Now, this is not a real tweet. I didn't say that. At least I didn't say it out loud. Right? I didn't say it publicly. I didn't say it out loud. This is obviously Photoshop. Just because it's in line with things that I have said in the past. Like, I'm not going to condemn this. I will condemn the fact that it's not a real tweet. Okay? But like, on principle, I'm not going to, like, all right, let's just move on, actually. Let's get back to Kyle.
I mean, the economic policies that she laid out were numerous. And she was the one who actually put forth policy plans. She put forth policy plans for African-American males. She put forth policy plans for Hispanic voters. So, I mean, I find it really troubling when people want to have a policy discussion. The fact is, more people know what was in Drake's lawsuit against UMG, and they've actually studied that more than they studied Kamala Harris's policy proposals on social media. So I don't really want to hear a conversation about she should have put forth more economic policy proposals when that was not the issue in this race at all.
Okay. Let me react to this. So, on the overarching point, on the macro point, Hasan is completely correct, and I'll break that down in a second. There is a micro point here, though, where Bakari's not wrong. So, Bakari's not wrong because there was a blind study that was done, and in that blind study, 80% of the voters preferred Kamala Harris's policies to Trump's policies. Right? So, this is not just about policy. It's not.
Yeah, I recognize that as well. I also see that as a failure of the campaign, for the record. I see that as a failure of the campaign. It's a communications failure. It's a failure of the administration, and it's a failure of the campaign. That's it. It always is the problem of the campaign. It is never the fault of the voters. Oh, man, they didn't pay attention. Oh, man, they didn't understand all the good things. You know? They didn't understand all the good things that we were offering. It's like, no, dude. You didn't communicate it. That's it.
It's not just about policy. Now, having said that, Hasan is right on the macro point for this reason. Because what Hasan is saying is, look, you have to be in favor of the big, bold, populist policies, but you have to tie that together with a grand narrative of here are the villains and here are the good guys. And we're on the side of the good guys and we're going to fight these villains to improve your life. And that's where the Democrats go wrong, is they are technocratic status quo managers. They're eggheads. They say, here's my list of policies. Take a look and tell me if you like it. And it's very like, it's like box checking type attitude, right? And that's not going to work, especially because voters just didn't believe Kamala, right? They didn't believe it. If you ask people, hey, what's Trump about? Trump, they say, oh, he's in favor of cracking down on immigration, right? Like there's an answer there. In Trump's conception of the world, you need to, for all of your problems, you need to blame immigrants, you need to blame trans people, you need to blame Hollywood and cultural elites and democratic elites. They are the cause of all of your problems, and I am going to fight for you.
And he also did a good job of being like, you feel the pressure of the economy. And you know who's at fault? Immigrants. I'm going to save you from that. He would recognize the anger and frustration that people felt, and then he would redirect that specifically towards an area that he's comfortable fighting in. And then Democrats were like, okay, we'll swim in these treacherous waters with you. It's like, no, that's their water. Okay, this is why I always say, I don't go to the neighborhood where sharks are. I don't swim in their water, and they respect me for it. But if I catch a shark walking down the street, I'll beat his ass. Okay? If I see a shark out of the water, I'm kicking him in the fucking face because he's dying anyway. He can't breathe. Same goes for me in his space. I'm not going to his backyard. I'm not going to his neighborhood swimming around. All right? Wait, you always say that? I have said this before. What do you mean you always say that? You've heard me say this before. I've talked about why I'm afraid of going in the ocean. I have respect for the sharks. I don't go into their neighborhood because of my respect for the sharks. Okay? But if they came into my neighborhood, I beat their ass.
Against them. So there's an answer. There's a story. There's a narrative. On the Democratic side, even though Kamala's policies were a trillion times better, there is no story. There is no narrative. Right? So, in other words, what Hasan's point is, and those are good policies Bakari laid out, but let's keep it real. A tax credit is not going to hit as hard as universal health care. Everybody gets health care. It's not going to hit as hard as we're going to raise minimum wage. Everybody's getting a wage increase. It's not going to hit as hard as you are screwed right now because of billionaires and multinational corporations and the big money donors who have rigged the government in their favor and against you. I'm going to stand up and fight the billionaires and the donor class.
No, you don't understand. Kamala Harris fought the transnational gangs.
And I'm going to return the power to the people and deliver you guys the things that you say you want. So, as I pointed out in the previous segment, there's actually data to back up Hasan's point here, right? This is the data. So, early on in the process, Kamala was leaning heavy into progressive economic issues. Capital gains tax, billionaire tax, corporate accountability, tax the rich, stuff like that, right? And then as time went on, the progressive economic issues fell off, and she started talking.
I wonder why. Why? Oh, I wonder if it was like right around the same time as Tony West was like, yo, Kamala, my sister-in-law, maybe you need to cut it out with this anti-billionaire, anti-corporate messaging.
Talking more broadly about the economy, right? Think wages, jobs, workers, unemployment, whatever, stock market type shit, more general stuff, small business related stuff. So it started out more populist, more progressive, then became less so as time went on and became more general, almost sounding like a moderate Republican more as time went on. And to me, this is the biggest chart to show here. This is some data from Jacobin. They did an analysis of Kamala's rhetoric throughout the campaign. This is the big one right here. So at the very beginning, Kamala was really leaning into anti-elite rhetoric. In other words, she was doing much more of what Hasan wanted her to do, right? It was more bold policy stuff. The policy stuff was front and center, and there was more of an anti-elite narrative around it. Think of the ban on price gouging for groceries. So started out with way more anti-elite rhetoric than pro-democracy rhetoric. And then as time went on, the anti-elite rhetoric fell off a cliff. And at the end, she was just doing democracy stuff. So in other words, copying the Biden 2020 playbook of rule of law and the Constitution and democracy. Now,
to be fair, Biden was more anti-corporate populist than Kamala was in both 2020 and in his administration as well. Biden fucking kept saying, it's not Wall Street. Wall Street didn't build this country. The middle class did. Even then, he should have said workers, but. And the laborers built the middle class. He would say that. I remember.
And that's not to say that stuff isn't important. It is important, and Trump is a threat to those things.
They're beating your ass on Twitter right now.
But from an electoral perspective, the arguments that land better with voters, it's...
Okay, everyone needs to fucking calm down, dude. Oh, my God. It's got 4,000 likes already. That's messed up. That's messed up.
It's the anti-elite stuff. It's the anti-establishment stuff. And at the beginning, she was doing that, and she picked Tim Walz, who's very anti-establishment, very populist, progressive. And there was a brief moment there early on where she was up 7 points in a poll on Trump. 7 points. She ended up losing by 1.5 points. And as time went by, it was less of the progressive populist stuff, less of the anti-elite stuff, and it became more democracy, copying the 2020 Joe Biden playbook. And so the result was she ended up losing.
Jinkies.
So what Bakari is missing, the implication of what Bakari is saying here is like, kind of like she did everything she could and it didn't work. That's kind of what his point is.
Stop.
Right? Or there are other factors that Hasan's not taking into consideration, like race and gender, which effectively hurt her because people wouldn't vote for a black woman. These are like the implications of what Bakari's saying. And to be fair, I don't think Hasan would say that was a non-factor. I don't think Hasan would say race and gender played no role whatsoever, right? But Bakari's just kind of wrong that there's nothing she could have done different to win. I just think that's incorrect. And I think we need to learn the lessons for the future. And the reality is, look, Trump might be so horrible for so long that any Democrat with a fucking pulse wins. That's absolutely true. But then if you don't want the same old in terms of policies, and you really want to fix this country, you better hope that it's somebody who's actually anti-elite, actually anti-establishment, who's actually going to deliver on progressive populist policies, right? And so, again, Hasan's right on the macro point. Bakari's not wrong. It's not like it's just policy. The reality is it's policy plus populist messaging and having a narrative and a story.
No, it's also being able to earnestly communicate that. You need to be authentic. You need to be authentic. You need to be able to show Americans that you do genuinely care about this shit. And that's a really hard thing to do to begin with. It's not just about having a good product. You need to be able to sell it too. And the issue is Democrats don't have a good product and they have no good salespersons. They are absolute doo-doo on communicating earnesty. And they don't even give a shit about the good policies either. So it's always like they're always slated for defeat.
And as time went on, she had no narrative, she had no story, and she pretty much dropped the anti-elite rhetoric. And that kind of doomed her, right? So that's the takeaway. God, it's a real shame, right? Because, I don't know, a guy like Bakari Sellers, I don't know if he would ever admit what I'm saying here, right? It's easy to just take that clip of Hasan and react to it and say it's not just about policies. I agree, it's not just about policies. But it's like policies plus the populist progressive narrativizing. That's the big part, man, because we are a lot vibes based. We are. And to just go down your checklist is one thing, even if the things are good and sound good, it's more fits in with human nature to have this grand narrative where you're at the center of it and you're representing the people, the forces of good against the forces of evil. But if you have no forces of evil, and you don't represent that which is good, and your voters don't represent that which is good, it's harder for people to get excited about that, right? And look, it's possible at the end of the day, Kamala is just not the one to deliver that message. But then that is her problem, and that's why I keep saying Jon Stewart 2028. Because Jon Stewart hits everything, right? He knows the narrative, he knows the story.
Oh my God. We're so cooked, bro.
He knows who the villains are, and you have to represent those popular policies with that narrative, right? And again, Kamala did have some good policies, but it wasn't tied with a narrative, and she didn't continue with the early on strategy, which was working well.
I guess Jon Stewart would be better than like most of the Democrats.
Of the Biden team came in there and really screwed the pooch 1,000 times over. A lot of the Biden people came in there. They said, drop the weird stuff, drop the we're not going back stuff, stop leaning into the ban on price gouging stuff, talk more about democracy. Here, do 17 events with Liz Cheney. And that's the other thing. I don't know if Bakari is willing to reckon with the fact that that stuff certainly did not help and almost definitely hurt. Running around with Liz Cheney everywhere was a horrible idea. It's a horrible idea. It really undercuts your message if you're trying to say, you know, Trump and the Republicans are a threat to democracy, and here I am campaigning with a Republican. It really does kind of undercut your message. And so, yeah, I think it was a much bigger problem. I'm going to go right wing on the border. I'm going to talk about owning a Glock. I'm going to run around with Liz Cheney. I think that stuff hurt way more than it helped. And the evidence of that is, again, Trump got 94% of the Republican vote in 2020, and he got 94% of the Republican vote in 2024. And so that strategy just objectively didn't get them across the finish line. And what I want to prevent is Democrats from going, no, we need to go further in that direction in order to win. We need to be more pro-Republican. We need to be more neoliberal. We need to be less woke, right? I'm afraid of that. And that's sort of the direction a lot of commentators want to take us in. And it's important that we stand up against that. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and...
All right. On that note, a short ass 4-hour and 30-minute goon session. I am very tired, so I'm going to end it here. Okay? I need to go sleepy time. And I'll be live tomorrow, as you guys know, from Cambridge with a speech that I may or may not have written. Hopefully I'll write some tomorrow. If not, I'll just freestyle it. Who knows? Probably not the best idea, but I'm a bit of a crazy guy, as you know. I'll be live doing an IRL stream, basically, from Cambridge. It's going to be earlier than usual. I believe it'll be at around, what is it, like 4 p.m. here time? So that would be what? 8 hours before 4 p.m. 16. So 8 a.m. LA time. Or 5. Speech will be at 5 p.m. So it's going to be 9 a.m. LA time, PST. 9 a.m. PST. So for the Euro chatters, for the New York chatters, you're going to get to see me very early. For the LA chatters, hopefully you'll be able to wake up for it. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, bye-bye.
Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.